Chapter 724. Time flew by and another half a month had passed. The Godswamp Pharmacy was rather influential in the Darkness Dominion. Although the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows had been completely destroyed, the House of Saints' control over the Godswamp Pharmacy was limited to the City of Shadows and its vassals. In the Darkness Dominion, there were 7 cities of the same scale as the City of Shadows. The Godswamp Pharmacy's headquarters was located in Hushvale City and the House of Saints' influence was limited to the other cities. The true master of the Godswamp Pharmacy blamed Stice for everything that happened in the City of Shadows. He claimed that he knew nothing about it and that it was Stice who made the decision on his own and that it had nothing to do with the Godswamp Pharmacy. In addition, he strongly condemned the House of Saints' actions and claimed that the House of Saint had no right to confiscate all the Godswamp Pharmacy's resources in the City of Shadows. He demanded that the House of Saint return everything to him. However, Andre obviously wouldn't listen to him. He posted notices in every district of the City of Shadows, spreading the Godswamp Pharmacy's actions throughout the City of Shadows. He also stated that Stice had admitted that the master of the Godswamp Pharmacy was aware of everything that happened in the City of Shadows. Andre not only took back some of the City of Shadows' resources and shops, but also requested the City Lord of Hushvale City to take down the master of the Godswamp Pharmacy. All kinds of rumors rapidly spread throughout the Darkness Dominion. The dispute between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy became the hottest topic in the entire Darkness Dominion. The Godswamp Pharmacy's pharmacy shops in the Darkness Dominion were greatly affected during this period. However, the owner of the Godswamp Pharmacy was obviously not an easy character to deal with. Although the Godswamp Pharmacy's business had been affected, the owner had acted promptly and distanced himself from the incident in the City of Shadows. As a result, the Godswamp Pharmacy was not persecuted by the authorities in the major cities. From this aspect, it could be seen that the Godswamp Pharmacy had quite an impression of the Darkness Dominion. Although the House of Saint was very powerful, they could only do whatever they wanted in the cities under their jurisdiction. They were powerless in the other cities. As time went by, the war of words between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy gradually died down. Naturally, the House of Saint would not hand over their resources. They also made it clear that they would not allow any important figures of the Godswamp Pharmacy to enter the City of Shadows. The master of the Godswamp Pharmacy, on the other hand, spread malicious rumors about the House of Saint, saying that the House of Saint was tyrannical and domineering, and that they had seized the opportunity to annex the Godswamp Pharmacy's business in the City of Shadows. All kinds of discussions were going on in the major cities of the Darkness Dominion. One of the names was remembered by many, the genius pharmacist, Brian. The one who benefited the most from the war of words between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy was undoubtedly Han Shua. Following the spread and exaggeration of the incident that night, Han Shua, a fake who knew nothing about alchemy, suddenly became known as a genius alchemist. The City of Shadows had no shortage of rumors about Han Shua's miraculous medicinal pellets to begin with. Riding on this wave of rumors, the reputation of Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and Han Shua himself rose to a new height. Not only did Han Shua become the best pharmacist in the City of Shadows, but many people in the Darkness Dominion also recognized Han Shua as a young genius pharmacist. With that, the problem that had been troubling Han Shua for a long time was easily solved. With the deliberate efforts of certain people, the news that Han Shua was recruiting skilled pharmacists spread throughout the Darkness Dominion. Although those pharmacists who left the City of Shadows spared no effort in slandering Han Shua for being domineering and unreasonable, there were still many pharmacists like Guli who were obsessed with the art of medicine refinement. They paid no heed to Han Shua's temperament and traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows from various cities just to enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. These pharmacists who were willing to put up with Han Shua's irascible and exaggerated temper were basically people of genuine ability. With Guli, who was very familiar with the medicine refinement industry, the number of pharmacists in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy gradually became more plentiful. Gradually, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's 3-story shop could no longer accommodate the number of pharmacists. Han Shua had been waiting for Andre's message and was ready to take over the Godswamp Pharmacy. After a few more days, the war of words between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy finally died down. It was at this time that Andre sent someone to invite Han Shua to the Saint residence. Han Shua was overjoyed and immediately brought Andrina to the Saint residence. Han Shua first found Andre. Han Shua's heart sank when he saw the worried look on Andre's face. He forced a smile and said, "Lord Andre, you look troubled. Don't tell me you have failed. I have recruited quite a number of pharmacists. What should I do if I can't take over the God Swamp Pharmacy?" Andre's expression turned a little better when he saw Han Shua. He smiled and shook his head. He then said, "It's not as bad as you think. But I did run into some trouble. You know that the House of Saint has a lot of mouths. Sometimes, even my elder brother and I have to consider the feelings of some of our family members. The resources from the God Swamp Pharmacy are worth more than 5 million black crystal coins. My intention is the same as before. I want you to take out some crystal coins first and slowly repay them after the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has stabilized and earned enough crystal coins. But recently, some people in the family have been making a fuss. They feel that we can't give you such a huge advantage. They have raised all kinds of conditions. Sigh, I'm in a difficult position." "What conditions?" Han Shua bunched his brows. He could somewhat understand Andre's difficulties. He knew that some things were not easy for Andre to handle. Since you saved Carmelita twice, they want you to either fork out 3 million black crystal coins at once, or cooperate with the House of Saint to manage the God Swamp. In other words, you will be managing the House of Saint, and the profits will be split according to a certain percentage. Andre forced a smile and said, "Brian, there are a few uncles in the House of Saint who are my elder brother and I. Although they don't possess much strength, they are, after all, influential. If the entire family doesn't agree to it, it will be very difficult for me to do so." This wasn't Han Shua's first day in the City of Shadows. He had more or less learned about the situation of the major family clans. In the House of Saint, Wallace and Andre naturally held the highest positions. However, they did have a few uncles above them. Although those uncles did not possess much strength, they had the qualifications to do so. Even Wallace and Andre had to give them some face in certain matters. However, Han Shua didn't believe that Andre and Wallace had no selfish motives at all. The God Swamp Pharmacy's resources were no small sum. Even if Andre and Wallace were willing to hand over the resources to Han Shua, they wouldn't be asking for nothing. This was something Han Shua was well aware of. The total value of the God Swamp Pharmacy's resources in the City of Shadows was over 5 million black crystal coins. It was unrealistic to expect them to hand over the resources for free. Han Shua had no intention of taking the resources for free and had made up his mind to repay them in the future. Little did he expect that things would change. How are they going to split the profits? Han Shua hesitated for a moment before he asked. 370. You will take 30% and our House of Saint will take 70%. That way, you won't have to repay us any crystal coins. Andre replied rather embarrassedly after hesitating for a moment. 370. Han Shua bunched his brows. If they were to split the profits like that, a large portion of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's profits would go to the House of Saint. This was clearly not in line with Han Shua's plan. "Lord Andre, can you help me sell some divine essences?" Han Shua suddenly asked after hesitating for a moment. Divine essences? You have divine essences?" Andre stared blankly for a moment and asked with uncertainty. "That's right. Not long after I arrived in the Darkness Dominion, I discovered a divine essence mine and extracted some divine essences. I know that divine essences are very valuable, but I didn't dare to take them out because I lacked the strength. Now that things have come to this, I urgently need crystal coins. Would Lord Andre be willing to help me?" If it weren't for the special circumstances, Han Shua definitely wouldn't be willing to sell those divine essences. In order to prevent the House of Saint from monopolizing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's profits, Han Shua had no choice but to do so. "No problem. I don't care where you got your goods from. As long as you can produce 3 million black crystal coins to shut those people up, the God Swamp Pharmacy will be yours. In fact, I originally planned to charge you 2 million black crystal coins and have you take out a few tens of thousands of crystal coins as a token of my sincerity. The rest will be yours in the future. But those old fellas don't believe you, so I have no other choice. I'm sorry, Brian. Andre sighed. Don't worry about it. Han Shuo replied smilingly. Soon after, he took out the divine essences in his hand and placed them in front of Andre. Earth Elite Zombie had given Han Shuo all the divine essences of the energy of Earth he obtained last time. Han Shuo consumed all the divine essences of death and destruction. As for the divine essences of the energy of life and energy of life, Han Shuo did not take them out because he was in the darkness dominion. With that, Han Shuo took out 22 pieces of wind divine essences and 18 pieces of lightning divine essences. He placed them in front of Andre and asked, "That's it? Lord Andre, please give me a price and see if they are worth 3 million black crystal coins. If they are not enough, I will think of something else." Akeley still had some divine essences with him. Han Shuo had prepared everything in order to acquire the God Swamp Pharmacy. In truth, it was very risky for Han Shuo to take out so many divine essences in front of Andre. However, as Andre was a high-ranking member of the House of Saint and was by no means inexperienced, Han Shuo believed that Andre would not do anything impulsive for the sake of these divine essences. Most importantly, Han Shuo trusted Andre and believed that his existence would only bring benefits to the City of Shadows and the House of Saint. That was why Han Shuo dared to take out so many divine essences. In the Darkness Dominion, a piece of divine essence of wind is worth 60,000 black crystal coins. Lightning is slightly more expensive at 70,000 black crystal coins. The total value is about 2.5 million black crystal coins. Andre bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he said, "How about this, I will make up for the rest. In the future, when the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy makes profits, give 10% of the profits to Carmelita. This way, you will have an explanation for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's business in the City of Shadows. 10% of Carmelita's profits isn't much, but it will be much more convenient for you to get things done. What do you think?" 10% wasn't much and it was Carmelita who would benefit from it. Without hesitation, Han Shuo readily agreed, "Okay. Wait a moment, I will go and communicate with them. There shouldn't be too much of a problem." Andre seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. He hastily left and headed for a tall, dark building behind the Saint residence. An hour later, Andre returned smilingly with a stack of official documents in his hand. He handed them to Han Shuo and said, "These documents prove that you own all the rights and interests of the God Swamp Pharmacy. From today onwards, all the God Swamp Pharmacy's resources in the City of Shadows and its subordinate towns and cities are yours. Congratulations, Brian." "Congratulations to you too, hee." Han Shuo laughed and pushed the divine essence ores to Andre. He asked, "How is Carmelita? Is she feeling better?" Andre didn't hold back. He put away all the divine crystals and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it won't be a problem." After taking a short pause, Andre continued, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you again. With these divine essence ores, we will be able to exchange for more divine essences of destruction for Carmelita. Our family clan has invested quite a lot of resources in order for her to recover. I hope she doesn't suffer any more injuries." Han Shuo's heart had already flown out of his chest as he caressed the documents in his hand. He stood up and smilingly replied, "That's good to hear. Right, I still have to settle the matters regarding the God Swamp Pharmacy. I won't disturb you any longer. You're going to be busy for a while. Off you go." Andre, of course, knew that Han Shuo would have to deal with the matters regarding the God Swamp Pharmacy and the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy after receiving the documents. "Brian, do you think that fella has selfish motives?" Andrina asked Han Shuo on the way back. "Of course he does." Han Shuo let out a faint smile and said, "The God Swamp Pharmacy possesses an enormous amount of resources. With the reputation and strength of our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, it is a given that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will surpass the God Swamp Pharmacy in the future. I reckon that Andre wants to reap some benefits for the House of Saint. That way of splitting the profits is obviously beneficial to the House of Saint. Otherwise, with Wallace and Andre's influence in the House of Saint, although it might be a little difficult, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to suppress the opinions of their uncles. It's just that Andre definitely didn't expect me to have so many divine essence ores. Hee. Will he think of other ways to obstruct us? Andrina bunched her brows and asked. Han Shua shook his head and smilingly said, "Don't worry, he's a smart man. Besides, we have given him so many divine essences. To the House of Saint, my existence is obviously beneficial to the City of Shadows. Their House of Saint controls all the resources in the City of Shadows. They definitely won't make things difficult for me just because of this little bit of profit. In the future, they will be relying on me for many things." After Han Shua left, Andre fiddled with the divine essence ore in his hand and said in a bitter smile, "This fella, I'm finding it harder and harder to see through him. How long has it been since he came to Elysium? Where did this divine essence ore come from? The future value of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will be far more than 3 million black crystal coins. This fella is cunning." Chapter 725. The Godswamp Pharmacy had completely disappeared from the City of Shadows and was replaced by Han Shua's Godswamp Pharmacy. However, it was only after Han Shua took over the business that he realized how much effort it took to manage such a huge business. Before taking over the Godswamp Pharmacy, Han Shua was solely in charge of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Collecting medicinal ingredients, refining medicinal pellets, and selling them were all handled by Han Shua alone. However, after taking over the Godswamp Pharmacy, Han Shua was far from being able to make full use of the enormous resources that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had. Collecting medicinal ingredients, storing medicinal pellets, refining medicinal pellets, and selling them had to be done separately. As a result, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy required more than just pharmacists. Han Shua soon realized that he was far from having enough manpower. Therefore, he began a new round of recruitment. Han Shua was lacking in many talents. He had spent a great deal of time recruiting but still couldn't find enough manpower. It was even more difficult to find talents who were adept in business management. However, Han Shua wasn't proficient in business management. This gave him yet another headache. Andre and a few other large family clans did recommend some capable people to Han Shua. However, those people were more or less related to their family clans. Han Shua was afraid that his family clans would learn of even the slightest movement of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Therefore, he reluctantly refused the people recommended by his family clans and continued to rack his brains for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shua had long moved into the former Godswamp Pharmacy. All 17 large and small shops belonging to the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows were now under Han Shua's control. However, even after 2 months, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy still hadn't opened for business due to a lack of manpower. With no other choice, Han Shua temporarily closed the 16 pharmacies outside the City of Shadows and transferred all the talents he could to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. He planned to put the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track in the City of Shadows and at the same time, vigorously recruit talents from all over the world. While Han Shua was busy with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Avery, who had left the City of Shadows for a long time, suddenly appeared in the mountain range outside the city. Avery had disappeared for more than half a year under the pretext that he was hunting for the murderer of his children. Now that he had finally reappeared, he did not dare to return to the City of Shadows immediately. Instead, he stayed outside the city. Avery was all too familiar with the surroundings of the City of Shadows. In addition to his formidable strength, he managed to evade the detection of many divine guards in the mountain range. He seemed to be waiting for something. There were 3 squads of over 30 divine guards from the 5th Corps standing beside him. These divine guards were from the Laver's residence and were loyal and devoted to Avery. Night fell. Avery was standing on top of a towering ancient tree with his eyes squinted. He gazed at the City of Shadows in the distance with a gloomy face. Gradually, a human silhouette flew out from the City of Shadows. That silhouette seemed to be afraid that someone might discover his presence. He drifted all over the place in the middle of the night and changed directions several times before finally arriving before Avery. Kneeling on one knee, the newcomer looked at Avery, who was standing proudly on the tree, and said in a low voice, "This subordinate greets Sir. Number 3, tell me about the recent situation in the City of Shadows." Avery was still gazing at the City of Shadows not far away. He did not lower his head to look at number 3 who was kneeling on the ground. Recently, the hottest topic in the City of Shadows has been the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that is about to open for business. The owner of the Celestial Pearl, Brian, has received the full support of the House of Saint and has become a rising star in the pharmaceutical industry. In addition, the House of Saint has been keeping a close watch on our Fifth Corps. Andre has personally visited our Fifth Corps 3 times to inquire about Sir's whereabouts. It seems that they have their suspicions on us. Number 3 said in a deep voice. "Brian, he ruined my plans by reviving that bitch Carmelita. I will not let him get away with this." Avery shouted in a low voice. After keeping silent for a moment, he finally lowered his head to look at number 3 who was kneeling on the ground and asked, "How many people from the Fifth Corps are willing to leave the City of Shadows with me?" "Including this subordinate, there are 9 of them. I have carefully probed the rest and none of them have shown any intention of following Sir," number 3 replied in a deep voice after hesitating for a moment. "Only 9, huh?" Avery softly exclaimed. He sneered and said, "9 it is. Number 3, I will enter the City of Shadows tonight. I do not want anyone to discover my whereabouts. Use whatever forces you have left to make arrangements for me." "Understood," number 3 replied in a low voice. After thinking for a moment, he added, "My lord, once you use those people, we will have no choice but to leave the City of Shadows immediately. Don't worry. After tonight, we will leave the City of Shadows together." Avery nodded to indicate that he understood. He then consoled, "Whether you follow me in the City of Shadows or any other city, you will still be able to enjoy the same treatment as before. But if you stay in the City of Shadows, you will never be given an important position because of me. My lord has always treated us well. We are willing to follow my lord wherever you go." Number 3 hastily replied. "All right, go make the arrangements. I want to kill a few people tonight before leaving." Avery waved his hand. Number 3 cautiously retreated. After returning to the City of Shadows, he immediately contacted some important figures of the Fifth Corps. 2 of them were responsible for guarding the East City Gate. With the 2 deliberately letting go, Avery led a few elite divine guards of the Fifth Corps and snuck into the City of Shadows without anyone noticing. After returning to the City of Shadows, the first thing Avery did was to go to the top of a building not far from the Laver's residence. He looked at the Laver's residence from afar and muttered to himself, "Elder brother, I believe that you should know something. I won't be returning to the Laver's residence, lest I bring you trouble. My lord, time is of the essence. What should we do?" A person behind Avery asked softly. "There are some people in the City of Shadows that I have long disliked. I will kill them all tonight. The sooner we resolve this problem, the sooner we can leave. We must not alert the House of Saint. Otherwise, we will not be able to leave the City of Shadows," Avery coldly commanded. He cast a nostalgic glance at the Laver's residence in the distance before he quietly left with his men. It was a moonless and windy night, a time of murder and arson. Relying on his familiarity with the City of Shadows, Avery and a few elite divine guards of the Fifth Corps evaded layers upon layers of guards along the way. They changed locations and stealthily eliminated a few characters of average strength but were rather influential in the City of Shadows. For example, Tuyas of the House of Buller. Although he possessed ordinary strength, he was an expert in business. He had always been at odds with the House of Lavers. Usually, Avery would not dare to do anything to him. But tonight, Avery had the audacity to kill him in the largest crystal stone shop of the House of Buller. Other than Tuyas, there were a few others who were killed by Avery. As Avery possessed profound strength and most of his targets were mid-gods, he did not attract much attention. "My lord, it's about time. We should leave." Number 3 reminded Avery in a soft voice. "There is one more person. We will leave immediately after dealing with him," Avery suddenly said in a deep voice after keeping silent for a moment. "Who is it?" Number 3 asked softly. "Brian of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. That youngster has been enjoying the limelight for quite some time. It's time for him to die. If it weren't for him, Cage and Eve wouldn't have died in Carmelita's hands. I can't touch Carmelita for now, but this youngster must die," Avery said in a cold voice. "My lord, I heard that the youngster has a very powerful little girl with him. According to those from the House of Kisa, that little girl had fought with Ridgersea before. She was only slightly weaker than him." Number 3 hastily reminded when he heard that Avery was going to kill Han Shoa before leaving. Back at the House of Kisa, Andrina had forced Ridgersea to retreat. She clearly had the upper hand. However, as the House of Kisa valued their reputation, no one dared to say that Ridgersea had suffered a loss. If word got out, it would spread to Andrina being at a disadvantage. Those who were directly involved in the matter would dismiss the rumors with a smile. As Andrina was just a little girl, everyone took it for granted that what those from the House of Kisa said was the truth. She's just a little girl. So what if she's powerful? Avery said disdainfully. Moreover, Ridgersea's strength is inferior to mine. If he can defeat that little girl, what do you have to worry about? Number 3 knew that Avery had made up his mind after hearing those words and dared not try to dissuade him. On the rooftop of the largest building in Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shoa was cultivating with his eyes closed. Although he was exhausted from the recent events at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shoa had never slacked off in his cultivation. His 2 avatars had been staying in the cauldron of Myriad Demon and were not affected in the slightest. Han Shoa's avatar of death had reached early-stage mid-god realm. Recently, he had been slowly consolidating his new realm while trying to understand a few new ways to utilize his energy. His avatar of destruction was also studying the usage of the Orb of Destruction. He was becoming more and more adept at it. Suddenly, Han Shoa sensed danger. His consciousness immediately sensed the arrival of a crisis. After suffering a serious injury the last time, Han Shoa had become more sensitive to danger. The invincible Omen body immediately formed an enormous amount of energy around his body. Han Shoa remained motionless as he calmly sensed the intensity of the crisis. His heart jolted and he immediately transmitted to Cauldron Spirit, "The intruder is very powerful. Lend me your demon general energy." Cauldron Spirit had obviously sensed the aura that had secretly locked onto Han Shoa. Without wasting any time, it softly instructed, "Take note. When the demon general energy is channeled into your body, you will suffer tremendous pain. Moreover, when the energy flows through your body, it will also cause damage to your body. You cannot sustain the process for too long. Immediately return the demon general energy to me if you feel that you can't take it anymore. Hurry up or it will be too late." Han Shoa shouted at Cauldron Spirit. At the next moment, a terrifying energy violently surged from the Cauldron Spirit in Han Shoa's body. In an instant, Han Shoa felt as though he was being stabbed by a knife. But along with the immense pain, an endless amount of energy filled his body. It made Han Shoa want to face the sky and let out a long howl. The energy of a few dozen low-god and mid-god demon generals was so enormous that it was hard for Han Shoa to imagine. The pleasant sensation of having the energy in his hands made him want to release it immediately. Otherwise, if he allowed the energy to run amok in his demonic body, it would be a torment to his demonic body. You have to release the energy quickly. Otherwise, if the energy is all concentrated in your body, you will be unable to endure it and your demonic infant will be damaged. Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted. "I understand. Why isn't that damn thing attacking yet? God damn it." Han Shoa could sense that his enemies were close by. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his mind. Avery was indeed hiding in the darkness. But after his previous failed attempt at ambushing Han Shoa, Avery no longer dared to attack recklessly. He was still observing Han Shuo and cautiously approaching Han Shuo. He was looking for the most opportune moment to strike. By doing so, Han Shuo, who was gathering energy, suffered greatly. Hurry up and release the energy. At this rate, you will soon be unable to endure it. Cauldron Spirit transmitted again. Unbearable pain filled every corner of Han Shuo's body. Seeing that his enemies were still not attacking, Han Shuo could no longer endure it. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Like a bloodthirsty beast, he bellowed, "Show yourself." The terrifying sound waves blasted towards Avery, who was hiding in the darkness. Intense ripples appeared in the darkness. Avery, who was about to attack, was startled. He did not understand how Han Shuo discovered his position. Roar! Han Shuo's eyes turned scarlet. The muscles all over his body tightened as he charged towards Avery. How is this possible? Avery cried out involuntarily. He hastily gathered all the darkness divine energy in his body and formed layers upon layers of darkness barriers around him. His domain of divinity instantly absorbed all the element of darkness. Boom! Han Shuo brandished the demonic blades in his hands. He charged into the domain of darkness like a bloodthirsty demon. The terrifying energy bombarded the darkness barriers through the demonic blades and destroyed them in an instant. A tyrannical energy rushed into Avery's body. His divine body was immediately injured and he was sent flying. After the attack, the surging energy in his body was released. Han Shuo suddenly felt much better. Seeing that Avery was sent flying by his attack, Han Shuo was overjoyed. He quickly charged at Avery. The demonic blades were like two rays of cold light as they slashed towards Avery. However, compared to the previous attack that was full of energy, the current attack was obviously much weaker. Although Avery still dodged in a flurry, Han Shuo's attack was not enough to take Avery's life. Even so, Avery was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that Han Shuo would suddenly change into a different person. The ruthless energy that he suddenly displayed was filled with bloodthirst and madness. Avery had never seen such a person before. Too cunning. This kid has been hiding his strength all along. He is even more sinister than Andre. Avery cursed in his heart. He frantically defended against Han Shuo's attacks, constantly looking for a way to escape. Brian, return the demon's power to me. You can't do whatever you want anymore. Otherwise, your demonic infant will be injured. Cauldron Spirit transmitted anxiously while Han Shuo was beating Avery to his heart's content and forcing him to retreat. Han Shuo was startled. He immediately sensed the abnormality of the demonic infant in his body. With the demon energy filling every corner of his body, the blood essence that nourished Han Shuo's demonic infant was rapidly being depleted. The blood essence disappeared from Han Shuo's body, allowing his bones and meridians to withstand the flow of demon energy. However, the demonic infant was also inseparable from the blood essence. When the blood essence in the demonic infant was insufficient to support its survival, the demonic infant would be injured and weakened. This was absolutely not what Han Shuo wanted to see. Damn it, count yourself lucky. Han Shuo cursed in a low voice. He suddenly retreated and stopped attacking. He hastily returned the demon energy in his body to Cauldron Spirit. Avery finally came to his senses after being bombarded by Han Shuo. He took a glance at Han Shuo in shock. Without saying a word, Avery turned around and hid in the darkness. He led his fifth corps divine guards away from the scene. How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Angelina, who had arrived earlier, looked at Han Shuo with an incredulous expression, her mouth wide open. It was precisely because he saw Angelina coming over that he dared to let go of her without hesitation. Han Shuo did not reply immediately. He first returned the demon energy in his body to Cauldron Spirit before pointing in the direction Avery left in and said, "Andrina, kill that guy for me. I will give you 100,000 black crystal coins." Andrina shook her head and replied, "I'm only protecting you. I'm not helping you kill anyone." "Forget it then. Avery has escaped. If he comes back again, I will be in deep trouble." said Han Shua in a bitter smile. He had obviously recognized the attacker after fighting for dozens of seconds. I think he is the one who should be afraid. Given the strength you displayed just now, there's no way he can kill you. Andrina looked deeply at Han Shua, put on a faint smile, and asked, Brian, can you tell me what energy you used? How did you suddenly become so powerful? Tell me about yourself first. Only then will I consider if I should tell you the truth. Replied Han Shua mischievously. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. What's so great about it? Andrina pouted and said angrily. Ha! What's going on? Akeley rushed over excitedly and shouted, was there a battle just now? Where is he? The battle between Han Shua and Avery ended in just a few dozen seconds. Akeley was training in a gymnasium a distance away. As his strength was inferior to Andrina's, he did not arrive in time. By the time he arrived, the enemy had already disappeared without a trace. You're late. Andrina glared at Akeley. She paused for a moment and said disdainfully, but even if you came early, you wouldn't have been able to interfere. Akeley knew that Andrina's strength was unfathomable. He became even more excited after hearing those words, mid-god. High god! Shouted Andrina coldly. Ugh! Akeley immediately hung his head dejectedly. He stole a glance at Andrina in awe and mumbled, damn it, it's actually a high god. Judging from Akeley's expression, he obviously thought that Andrina had repelled the attacker. It wasn't me. Andrina knew what Akeley was thinking with just a glance. She pointed at Han Shua and said, he was the one who repelled the attacker. Save it. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going back. Akeley waved his hand. He simply did not believe that Han Shua could repel a high god. He lazily turned around and went back to his place. That idiot! Cursed Andrina, who was in a bad mood. Chapter 726. The next day, news of what Avery did that night spread throughout the City of Shadows. Including Tuyas of the House of Buller, a total of 5 people from the City of Shadows had been killed. Although all 5 of them possessed mid-god strength, they were still characters of great renown. Their sudden deaths immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy did not have its own divine guards. During this period, Erebus had sent Anito and a small team of divine guards from the Third Corps to patrol the vicinity. Anito soon received news of what happened in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. However, as he arrived later than Akeley, he had no idea what happened. Early in the morning, Erebus, chief of the Third Corps, personally came to look for Han Shua. Are you sure it's him? Erebus immediately asked after he arrived and was led into a secret chamber by Han Shua. That's right, it's Avery. If it wasn't for Andrina being beside me, I would have ended up like Tuyas and the others, replied Han Shua with a frightened face. He told Han Shua that it was Andrina who repelled Avery to prevent him from drawing the attention of the House of Saint and the others. Even if Han Shua didn't deliberately explain, Erebus would have taken it for granted that Avery was repelled by Andrina. Erebus had witnessed Andrina's strength back at the Kisa residence. He believed that in the entire Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, only Andrina possessed that kind of strength. Erebus nodded and coldly groaned, Avery is truly audacious. It seems that he really doesn't want to stay in the City of Shadows any longer. Han Shua kept quiet. He knew that Avery had left the City of Shadows last night. Given Avery's familiarity with the City of Shadows and the help of some of his former confidants, even the House of Saint would have a hard time tracking him down if he wanted to leave the City of Shadows. After all, he was once the chief of the Fifth Corps. Erebus did not stay in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for too long. After asking Han Shua about what happened last night, he hastily left. Over the next few days, Han Shua learned from Anito that although the House of Saint had gone all out to search for Avery's whereabouts, they ultimately returned empty-handed due to Avery's well-prepared and timely departure. That night, all of Avery's trusted subordinates left with him. As for those Fifth Corps Divine Guards who remained in the City of Shadows, after a round of thorough interrogation, they were secretly captured. The things that Avery had done in the City of Shadows were soon publicized by the House of Saint, including the fact that he had assassinated Carmelita. These events brought new topics of discussion in the City of Shadows. All the large family clans were discussing Avery's actions. As expected, the investigation of the Fifth Corps was temporarily put on hold. The members of the House of Lavers were interrogated one after another during this period. The patriarch of the House of Lavers, Felder, firmly dissociated himself from having anything to do with Avery. For the sake of the safety of the members of the House of Lavers, Felder pushed all the blame onto Avery. He even declared that he would expel Avery from the House of Lavers and that he would no longer be a member of the House of Lavers. Field's resolute action had ensured the safety of many members of the House of Lavers. However, the incident with Avery had greatly affected the strength of the House of Lavers. Without the authority of the Fifth Corps, in addition to the suspicion and suppression of the House of Saint, the House of Lavers suddenly became the weakest of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. The tumultuous events in the City of Shadows did not affect Han Shua too much. After a period of preparation, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had recruited quite a number of people from all walks of life. It was sufficient for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to open for business in the City of Shadows. It was at this moment that Han Shua came across an extremely thorny problem. A group of pharmacists led by Gu Li had been urging Han Shua to explain to them the refining principles of the rejuvenation medicine, celestial pearl medicine, and rebirth medicine. The group of pharmacists led by Gu Li had traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows. They were full of admiration for Han Shua's skill in medicine refinement and wanted to learn from him. In the beginning, as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been too busy, they had behaved themselves and worked hard to get the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track. But now, from their perspective, everything was progressing smoothly. They heaved a sigh of relief and started asking Han Shua questions about pharmaceutics that were difficult to understand. As a result, Han Shua's head was as big as a cow's. As someone who knew nothing about pharmacists, Han Shua was completely helpless in the face of those questions. He had tried to evade them several times in a row. But now that Gu Li and the others had arrived, he knew that he could no longer avoid them. He was in a pharmacy lab. All around him were glassware. The glass cabinets were filled with colorful bottles and jars. Many medicinal ingredients were neatly arranged. At the center of the lab was a complicated glass ball. The bottom of the glass ball was filled with energy crystals that were glistening brightly. The 13 pharmacists led by Gu Li were scattered around the lab. Each and every one of them was looking at Han Shua with eager eyes. Every one of these pharmacists who dared to come to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy despite hearing about Han Shua's irascible and tyrannical temper were as capable as Gu Li. It was impossible for Han Shua to bluff his way through. Han Shua felt as though he was trapped in a cocoon of his own making. He had to get past this hurdle. Otherwise, these pharmacists would surely leave the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with their disciples without hesitation. If that happened, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that they had worked so hard to get back on the right track would surely collapse. Actually, my knowledge of medicine refinement is different from what you know. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Shua had no choice but to brace himself and say, "I don't know much about your knowledge of medicine refinement." The eyes of the pharmacists were filled with doubt and puzzlement when they heard this. However, none of them said anything. "My master taught me medicine refinement. You might not have come into contact with it." Let me show you." Han Shua knew that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be destroyed if he didn't show some tricks. With one thought, the 9 tessellation cauldron flew into Han Shua's palm. Your medicine refinement requires a large number of medicines to be mixed in glass containers. The medicines are mixed by adjusting the temperature between high and cold temperatures. My method of medicine refinement is somewhat different from yours. I directly smelt the medicinal ingredients together, use a special method to extract the ingredients, and then condense them into a solid at high speed. Han Shua explained slowly. As he explained, Han Shua demonstrated the process of medicine refinement. The 9 tessellation cauldron spun on his palm. He tossed several kinds of medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. A fragrant aroma instantly filled the lab. Under the control of the red flame on Han Shua's palm, the 9 tessellation cauldron spun at high speed. The patterns on its surface glowed faintly and looked extremely beautiful. To these pharmacists, Han Shua's method was simply unimaginable. They stared dumbfoundedly at Han Shua's movements. They simply couldn't understand how one could refine medicine using only raw materials and a container. They would first extract the ingredients from the raw materials and then mix them together to create medicines with different functions. Compared to Han Shua's method, they had subdivided the process into many steps. However, the end result was not as good as Han Shua's all-in-one method. A fragrant aroma permeated the lab. After a while, a few dark golden nirvana pills flew out. Han Shua crushed them and stored them in a medicine bottle that he had prepared beforehand. He then handed them to the pharmacists and said with a smile, "Have a taste, it will greatly benefit your body." The pharmacists who received the nirvana pills couldn't control their desires just by smelling the aroma. They had long heard about the miraculous medicines refined by Han Shua in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After hearing Han Shua's words, they hesitated for a moment before swallowing the medicine in their hands. All of them were professional alchemists. Although there were some differences between dawn and potions, there were still some similarities in their effects. After taking the nirvana pill, all of them immediately felt the changes in their bodies. They could clearly feel the fierceness of the medicinal efficacy of the pill in their bodies. Very quickly, the few alchemists went to look for the toilet one after another. Each and every one of them had a messy bowel movement. However, every time they came out of the toilet, the complexion on their faces was clearly much better. Each and every one of them exclaimed, "What a miraculous medicine! This medicinal effect is too overbearing." The pharmacists who didn't get the nirvana pills were amazed. Seeing their complexions getting better and better, their admiration for Han Shua grew. "You are not my disciples. I cannot impart the methods and techniques of refining medicine to you." Han Shua took in the expressions of the pharmacists and saw the disappointment in their eyes. He then added, "However, we can discuss the effects of some special medicinal ingredients. There are some medicinal ingredients that you aren't familiar with, but their medicinal efficacy is very miraculous. I can communicate with you and you can study them on your own. You will still be able to make progress." Naturally, Han Shua wouldn't impart the techniques of refining medicine to these pharmacists because refining medicine required demonic yuan. Even if Han Shua told them, it would still be difficult for them to refine medicine without cultivating demonic yuan. However, Han Shua could give them some pointers on the uses of certain medicinal ingredients as a way of thanking them for taking the trouble to come to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The pharmacists expressed their gratitude. They obviously understood that Han Shua wouldn't impart the techniques to them. However, they were very satisfied with Han Shua's guarantee. Gu Li's face grew redder and redder. She immediately bowed to Han Shua and said, "I'm convinced." Gu Li was the most famous among the pharmacists. No one dared to doubt Han Shua's ability after hearing her praise after trying out the effects of the nirvana pill. Han Shua took out some of the medicinal ingredients he'd personally picked and placed them in the glass containers in front of him. He explained the effects of a few medicinal ingredients to the alchemists. As Han Shua explained a series of professional pill refining terms, the alchemists all felt that he was profound and unfathomable. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shua were full of admiration. These people were completely absorbed in recording Han Shua's words onto the notebooks in their hands. When Han Shua finished, each and every one of them couldn't wait to try out the effects of those ingredients. They seemed indescribably excited. "Alright, I've told you about the effects and ingredients of these medicinal herbs. The rest is up to you to comprehend. Whether or not you can use these medicinal ingredients to refine new medicines will depend on your own abilities. I won't be able to help you with that." Han Shua breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking that he'd finally dealt with the situation. He left the pharmacy after leaving these words behind. Everything went smoothly for a period of time. A few pharmacists, inspired by Han Shua, managed to concoct a few new medicines using medicinal ingredients that they had never heard of before. Although the effects of those medicines were far inferior to Han Shua's pellets, the pharmacists were very excited to have such a good start. With the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track, Han Shua recruited a few more warehouse staff and had the apprentices of those pharmacists gather more medicinal ingredients. He was ready to officially open the new Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to the City of Shadows. It was at this moment that Donna suddenly came to Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. When Han Shua saw Donna, he immediately noticed that Donna looked much more haggard than before. There was a deep frown on her brows as though she had some unresolved thoughts. She forced a smile after seeing Han Shua. Her smile was very bitter. "Long time no see, big sister Donna," Han Shua exclaimed in his heart. He had heard a little about the situation of the House of Lavers. Due to Avery's incident, the House of Lavers was greatly affected. The House of Saint no longer trusted them as much as they used to. The House of Lavers was having a hard time in the City of Shadows. Compared to the desolate state of the House of Lavers, Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was flourishing and was on the verge of becoming a new family clan. Donna's mood became even more gloomy when she recalled the circumstances when Han Shua first arrived in the City of Shadows. "Congratulations, Brian. It seems that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is about to become a rising star in the City of Shadows," Donna said with a forced smile. "Thank you, big sister Donna. What brings you to my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy this time?" If you need medicines, given our relationship, I will surely give you the most reasonable price." Han Shua patted his chest as though they were on good terms. Donna shook her head smilingly and said, "I'm here to bid farewell to you. I might be away for a long time. We won't have many chances to meet again." "Big sister Donna, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Where are you going?" Han Shua was startled and hastily asked. "Our House of Lavers won't be able to do much in the City of Shadows. Rather than staying here and being looked down upon by others, I might as well leave as soon as possible. Brian, it's been a pleasure to meet you. I have not misjudged you. I am truly proud of you for being able to establish a firm foothold in the City of Shadows in such a short period of time," Donna said smilingly. Han Shua sighed in his mind after hearing Donna's words. The current situation in the City of Shadows was indeed unfavorable for the House of Lavers. Han Shua did not know how to console Donna. After remaining silent for a long while, he softly sighed and said, "Big sister Donna, take care. I will never forget how big sister Donna has taken care of me. Farewell. I hope that the next time we meet, your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will replace our House of Lavers and become one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows." Donna smiled and waved goodbye. Han Shua was stunned because he sensed an obscure hatred in Donna's words. Han Shua shook his head and forced a smile. He thought to himself, "Does Donna think that the rise of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is by stepping on my House of Lavers?" Chapter 727. After a long period of preparation, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy finally opened for business. On that day, the 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows sent representatives to congratulate the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Andre and Erebus from the House of Saint, Jia and her uncle from the House of Kinson, Ridgersi from the House of Kisa, Tushi from the House of Buller who had replaced Tuyas came with a gift. Even Dewey from the House of Lavers who had a bad relationship with Han Shua came to present a silk banner. On that day, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was truly a gathering of celebrities. In order to establish a good relationship with Han Shua, all the major family clans spared no effort to show their support. The grand opening of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was held in a splendid manner. Those pharmacists who followed Han Shua had refined some medicines commonly used on Elysium. A dazzling array of medicine bottles filled up the empty cupboards. Han Shua busied himself for the entire day. He only sent away the guests when it was dark. As Han Shua did not personally refine any new medicines, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was selling all kinds of commonly used medicines. Although the representatives from the major family clans were disappointed, they still bought more than 400 bottles out of respect for Han Shua. the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy made a net profit of more than 20,000 black crystal coins. With this good omen, Han Shuo believed that with his reputation in the City of Shadows, it would only be a matter of time before the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy made a fortune. Everything in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was on the right track. Han Shuo left Gu Li to handle all the pharmaceutical-related issues. Gu Li, who used to be at odds with Han Shuo, now admired Han Shuo from the bottom of her heart. She was truly loyal and devoted to Han Shuo. As a result, Han Shuo had more time to cultivate. With the experience of borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo spent the next few days in the gymnasium trying to use Cauldron Spirit's energy. When Cauldron Spirit's energy was infused into Han Shuo's body, Han Shuo would instantly gain tremendous strength, allowing him to fight a high god head-on. However, although Han Shuo's demonic body was tough, he could not sustain it for too long. After dozens of attempts, Han Shuo could only sustain it for 3 minutes at most. Han Shuo's demonic infant would not be able to endure any longer. Han Shuo quickly realized that borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy wasn't the right way to cultivate. Only by forging his demonic body to an even more tenacious state of mind could he truly become powerful. Although Han Shuo had never stopped comprehending and cultivating in the Omen realm, he did not have much time left. It would be extremely difficult to make any progress without at least 100 years of cultivation. The Omen realm was not the ultimate realm of demonic arts. There were 3 other realms after the Omen realm: Skybreak realm, Demon Lord realm, and Exalted Demon Lord realm. The Exalted Demon Lord realm was the pinnacle realm. It was at this realm that Gu Tianxie forcibly pierced through a cosmic rift and arrived at this realm. Just from Cauldron Spirit's description, Han Shuo could imagine how powerful the Exalted Demon Lord realm was. In the future, every step of advancement would require a long period of cultivation, and there would be great dangers along the way. When breaking through from the Omen realm to the Skybreak realm, one would have to face the demonic tribulation. This was a process that one had to go through. If one failed to overcome the demonic tribulation, not only would one's strength stagnate, one might even perish in body and soul. This made Han Shuo realize that every subsequent breakthrough would be extremely dangerous. Time flew by quickly. Han Shuo stayed in the gymnasium in seclusion. 10 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. After his adventures on Elysium, Han Shuo's strength in all aspects had improved to varying degrees. The 10 years of meditation had calmed his mind and stabilized his Omen realm. 10 years on Elysium would pass in the blink of an eye. But for gods whose lifespans could easily reach tens of thousands of years, 10 years was just too short. After Han Shuo walked out of the gymnasium, he quickly learned about the current situation from Gu Li and the others. During the time he was in seclusion, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had earned Han Shuo more than 1 million black crystal coins. 5 of its 16 branches had opened for business. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had undeniably become the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. During this time, the members of the House of Lavers had used all sorts of excuses to withdraw from the City of Shadows. The House of Saint had turned a blind eye to this as the House of Lavers had contributed to the City of Shadows. Even though Wallace was wary of the House of Lavers, he could not be too harsh on them as they had not betrayed the City of Shadows. Field obviously understood Wallace's intentions. He had been overseeing the Lavers' residence all this time and had only asked Donna, Dewey, and the others to leave under the pretext that they were traveling and cultivating. With Field deliberately keeping a low profile, the House of Lavers that had lost the trust of the House of Saint rapidly declined. In just a short 10 years, the House of Lavers had lost the prestige of being one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Some members of smaller family clans even dared to go against the House of Lavers. Field did not mind all this. He endured everything with great patience and used all sorts of methods to send the members of the House of Lavers away. It seemed that Field's actions were in line with Wallace's intentions. Not only did Wallace not stop Field's actions, he even tacitly approved of Field's actions. The existence of a small rift between major family clans could destroy the friendship they had painstakingly built up. Especially when Avery had nearly killed Carmelita, Wallace could not forgive him. After Avery's disappearance, the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps had been vacant. Other than the House of Lavers, the other three major family clans had shown great interest in the position of Chief of Divine Guards. Even some of the smaller family clans saw the position as an opportunity to rise to the top in a single bound. They had used all sorts of methods to try to snatch the position from the hands of the House of Saint. However, in order to maintain the balance between the major family clans, Wallace had issued an order: anyone who wished to take the position of Chief of Divine Guards must exchange it with Avery's head. Avery had been missing for many years and no one knew where he had gone. After Wallace issued that order, although all the major family clans in the City of Shadows had painstakingly searched for Avery, they had not made any headway. As such, although the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps was coveted by all the major family clans, it had remained vacant until today. After learning about the recent news in the City of Shadows, Han Shua saw that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was on the right track and that he had established some foundation in the City of Shadows. Therefore, as much time had passed, Han Shua decided to travel to Profound Continent and bring those he could not part with to Elysium. Han Shua had no enemies in the City of Shadows for the time being. With the financial resources of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and the backing of the House of Saint, Han Shua believed that the safety of Phoebe and the others would not be a problem. Elysium was rich in elemental energies. There were just too many experiences and references on the path to godhood. There were even some divine souls of low god that could be purchased. Compared to Profound Continent, the cultivation environment here was undoubtedly dozens of times better. Emily, Phoebe, and the others possessed extraordinary strength. Han Shua believed that they would make rapid progress in this superior environment in the City of Shadows. They would advance much faster than if they were to cultivate on Elysium. After making up his mind, Han Shua prepared to head to the interplanar transportation matrix and return to Profound Continent. Before leaving, Han Shua made a trip to the Saint residence as Carmelita had fully recovered from her injuries. Han Shua was shocked when he saw Carmelita again. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Carmelita's skin had become much fairer than before. Although there were still some spots on her face, they looked very faint. Although the originally ugly Carmelita was no longer beautiful, she looked much easier to accept. She no longer had that malevolent aura about her. Carmelita was overjoyed at Han Shua's arrival. She patted Han Shua's shoulder excitedly and said, "Brat, I've been to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to look for you several times. I didn't expect that you would be cultivating all this time. Look at me, what's different about me? You've become prettier." Han Shua said sincerely. "Haha, that's what everyone says. Thank you, Brian. Not only did you save me twice, but you also turned my damned face around. I don't even know how to repay you," Carmelita said with a big smile. "We're friends, after all," Han Shua said smilingly. After chatting with Carmelita for a while, Han Shua said, "I'm going to leave Elysium for a while. It might be some time before I can return." "Ah!" Carmelita let out a soft cry and asked in astonishment, "Where are you going?" "I'm going back to my hometown to bring some people over." Elysium is the most suitable place for cultivation. I've been living a good life here. I can't forget my old friends. Back when I was on Elysium, I couldn't even fend for myself. Now that I've finally settled down, I should do something for my old friends." When Han Shua thought of Emily, Phoebe, and the others, he found it hard to suppress the longing in his heart. "You sure are nostalgic." I've been forced by my father to cultivate recently. Otherwise, I would have gone to play with you. But I know that the little girl is very powerful. It shouldn't be a problem for her to follow you. Just be careful," Carmelita said smilingly. "By the way, why do all the interplanar transportation matrices in the City of Shadows have to be built so far away?" Han Shua asked after thinking for a moment. "To us, people from other continents are just slaves who provide us with the power of faith. Generally speaking, we rarely travel to other material planes. Therefore, we rarely use interplanar transportation matrices. Besides, to us, those who can enter Elysium have to walk out from the most remote places. Only those who have made it to the big cities through their own efforts will be able to gain some recognition. Therefore, interplanar transportation matrices are usually built in remote valleys, Carmelita explained. Han Shuo couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing those words. He understood that to the people of Elysium, people from other low-level continents were only worthy of being ordered around by them. They had a natural sense of superiority. Generally speaking, they would leave Elysium for the sole purpose of conquering other continents and obtaining the power of faith from them. Although Elysium was vast, the people of Elysium were willing to waste time on traveling as they saw it as a way to temper themselves. Therefore, interplanar transportation matrices were usually located rather far away from the main cities. This was also to let outsiders know that Elysium was not as easy to live on as their original material planes. After chatting with Carmelita for a while longer, Han Shuo left the Saint residence and returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After 2 days of preparation, he left with Andrina. Andrina possessed formidable strength. With her alone, Han Shuo believed that there wouldn't be too many problems during the journey. Even if they ran into a god hunter like Brovst, Andrina could easily escape with Han Shuo. This time was different from the past. Han Shuo was going to bring all his friends from Profound Continent to the City of Shadows. They would have to pass through many places along the way. With Andrina by his side, Han Shuo's safety was greatly assured. After leaving the City of Shadows, Han Shuo and Andrina headed straight for the valley where the transportation matrices were located. Along the way, Andrina was very curious. She kept asking Han Shuo about the situation on Profound Continent, annoying Han Shuo to no end. Along the way, they passed through a few mountain ranges and did run into a few scattered god hunters. However, none of those god hunters managed to escape from Andrina's ruthless attacks. All of them died by Andrina's hands. You don't seem to show any mercy to god hunters. Do you have some kind of blood feud with them? Han Shuo asked Andrina puzzledly after passing through a mountain range. Having known her for so long, Han Shuo had never seen Andrina kill anyone. Even when Han Shuo tried to tempt her with crystal coins, she wouldn't kill for Han Shuo. However, back when Han Shuo first got to know Andrina, he had seen her hunt god hunters in Greenfire Swamp. She was severely injured because she was besieged by a few god hunter leaders. From this aspect, it could be seen that Andrina was indeed very special to god hunters. From her recent behavior, Han Shuo could tell that Andrina had a deep hatred for god hunters. They deserve to die. Andrina's face immediately turned ice cold when she heard Han Shuo mention god hunters. You have a grudge against them? Han Shuo asked. Andrina nodded. When she saw that Han Shuo was about to ask more questions, she hastily said, "It has nothing to do with you. Don't ask so many questions." After taking a short pause, Andrina said in a low voice, "You have a lot of secrets too. I haven't asked about them in detail." After hearing those words, Andrina forced a smile and nodded. He did not pursue the matter any further. The two continued on their journey. Andrina possessed extraordinary strength and Han Shuo was very fast. After spending more than 2 months, the two finally arrived at the interplanar transportation matrix that Han Shuo had come from. Unlike when he first came here, he had to pay a sufficient amount of crystal coins to use the interplanar transportation matrix. After arriving at the valley, Han Shuo soon met with Jeff, who had previously helped him apply for a divine tablet. However, compared to his previous enthusiasm, Jeff's attitude this time was much colder. When Jeff heard that Han Shuo wanted to use the interplanar transportation matrix, he said in an eccentric manner, "Yo, I heard that you have been doing quite well in the City of Shadows recently. However, you seem to have forgotten who was the one who helped you arrange everything when you first arrived here. Although we live in a remote area, we still know a lot of rumors. We are very concerned about the ungrateful behavior of certain people." After taking a short pause, Jeff said mischievously, "I'm sorry, today the interplanar transportation matrix only allows entry and not exit. You'll have to wait for a while." Han Shuo's face turned cold and he asked, "Then when is it going out?" "I can't say for sure. That will depend on Lord Dolores," Jeff replied lazily. Dolores was Dolox's elder brother. On the first day Han Shuo arrived at the Laver's residence, he nearly killed Dolox's. It was obvious that everyone in the City of Shadows knew about what happened in the City of Shadows. Unfortunately, they had only seen the glorious side of Han Shuo and had absolutely no idea about Dolox's despicable behavior. They also did not know that Avery had tried to kill him twice. From these people's point of view, the House of Lavers had been taking good care of Han Shuo. They had arranged everything for him even before he arrived on Elysium. Little did they know that after Han Shuo arrived in the City of Shadows, not only did he not contribute anything to the House of Lavers, but he even made an enemy of the House of Lavers. Therefore, they thought that Han Shuo was ungrateful. "Take me to Dolores. I'll talk to him." Han Shuo shouted coldly while suppressing the anger in his heart. Lord Dolores is busy and has no time to talk to you. Besides, I also have something to do and I don't have the time to bring you around. Please go ahead, Jeff said in an indifferent and mocking manner. It was obvious that he was deliberately making things difficult for Han Shuo. Jeff had made things difficult for Han Shuo previously. But because of Dolores, Han Shuo quickly understood the situation and Han Shuo did not bicker with him. But Han Shuo did not expect that he would be obstructed on his return to Profound Continent. Han Shuo was immediately enraged. Slap! Han Shuo delivered a slap to Jeff's face. A line of blood flowed from the corner of Jeff's mouth and his body staggered. You dare hit me?" Jeff shrieked. He immediately rushed out and yelled, "Murder! Guards!" Han Shuo sneered and followed after Jeff. He looked at Jeff who was shouting and yelling with cold eyes and sent another kick at Jeff. The kick sent Jeff flying. When Jeff landed on the ground, several of his bones were broken. Soon enough, a group of divine guards in the vicinity rushed over. Among them was their leader, Dolores. When Dolores saw Han Shuo, he put on a cold and murderous face and said, "I don't care what you do in the City of Shadows. Since you dare to strut around in my territory, I have the right to take you down." After the incident with the Lavers family, Dolores would no longer be as friendly to Han Shuo as before. Han Shuo was well aware of this. He knew that the reason why Jeff dared to talk to him so brazenly was because of Dolores. "I want to use the interplanar transportation matrix. He deliberately obstructed me. He's asking for a beating." Han Shuo sneered and took out the House of Saint badge from his space ring. He waved it in front of the divine guards and said, "This is the badge of the House of Saint. I believe you all recognize it. Please open the interplanar transportation matrix and let me leave. Otherwise, you will be betraying the House of Saint. You know the consequences." It was destined that Han Shuo would never be friends with Dolores. Since Dolores had instigated Jeff to do so, Han Shuo did not hold back. Dolores glared at Han Shuo coldly. He looked to his left and right, took a deep breath, stopped his subordinates, and shouted in a deep voice, "Let them pass." Under the watchful eyes of the divine guards, Han Shuo boldly left through the interplanar transportation matrix. After Han Shuo disappeared, Dolores put on a cold smile and ordered, "Jeff, bring those prisoners that have been locked up recently. Send them to the coordinates. Whatever happens to them, it has nothing to do with us. My lord is wise." Jeff was overjoyed when he heard this. He eagerly led his men to fetch the vicious prisoners. Chapter 728. Profound Continent. Nothing much had changed. The ocean surrounding the cemetery of death was azure. The sea breeze was gentle and the air was fresh. However, the elemental energies of heaven and earth were much thinner. Han Shuo, who had just returned from Elysium, found it rather difficult to adapt. "The elemental density here is a little too low," remarked Andrina with a frown as soon as she walked out of the cemetery of death. "This place is different from Elysium. If the elemental density here was too high, I'm afraid that even high-level gods would have come." Han Shuo put on a faint smile. He unfolded his consciousness and took in the surroundings. He suddenly let out a long laugh and said, "Come, follow me back to the city. The two soared into the sky and flew towards Brettel's city of Lancelot Empire. Half a day later, Han Shua and Andrina appeared on the streets of Brettel's city. As soon as Han Shua landed in the city, the scenery of Brettel's city was immediately imprinted in his mind. Brettel's city was obviously much more prosperous than before. The originally lifeless city was now bustling with traffic. All kinds of shops could be found on every street block. The dazzling array of goods could dazzle one's eyes. Standing on the streets of Brettel's city, a sense of familiarity rose spontaneously. After experiencing the liveliness of the city for a while, Han Shua and Andrina headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Brettel's city had changed a lot after being away for more than a decade. The city lord's mansion stood at the center of the city. Squadrons of knights clad in black armor stood proudly on all four sides of the mansion, guarding it. Han Shua's arrival caused the entire mansion to seethe with excitement. Those whom he was familiar with gathered at the mansion from various districts upon hearing the news. They expressed their excitement in various ways. Jack, Dorcas, and the others had obviously aged. Having not spent much effort cultivating their various energies, they had all become middle-aged men. Jack's children had even joined the army and become Brettel City's knight captains. Helen, on the other hand, was still as beautiful as ever. She had taken a rebirth pill to preserve her youth. She was now a fire-sacred magus with a dazzling halo around her. Very soon, familiar characters began to arrive one after another. Through Dick's message, Emily, Phoebe, Fanny, Jasper, and others who were familiar with Han Shua arrived via transportation matrices from various major cities. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, Emily, Fanny, and the other girls all shed silent tears when they saw Han Shua, blaming Han Shua for being so heartless. With a few comforting words, these women of high status in the Lancelot Empire finally calmed their chaotic emotions and began to discuss the situation with Han Shua. Unsurprisingly, Lancelot Empire had now become the most powerful nation on Profound Continent. Odin Empire, Brute Merchant Alliance, and Kasi Empire had all been annexed. Lawrence had achieved his wish of becoming the overlord of Profound Continent on the surface. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice had retreated to impoverished lands and stopped recruiting believers. They had also ceased their religious activities on Profound Continent, gradually withdrawing from the stage of Profound Continent over the past 10 years. In Lancelot Empire, there were only believers of the Druidic Order and the Calamity Church. A large portion of them worshipped the new god, Han Shua. No matter how one looked at it, the current situation on Profound Continent was very ideal. Gilbert, Statholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of the Flames, Elizabeth, his apprentice Sanguiner, Ballins, Trunks, and others who were familiar with Han Shua all hurried over after receiving the news. In the largest banquet hall of the city lord's mansion, these people who were familiar with Han Shua were all gathered together. Everyone, I have been away for more than 10 years. I am truly happy to be able to gather here today. Let us drink to our heart's content today. Han Shua raised his cup and laughed heartily. The crowd raised their cups and drank to their heart's content. After getting drunk for 3 days, the sober crowd gathered together. This time, Han Shua started to talk about serious matters. The elemental energies on Profound Continent are too weak, resources are not abundant, and the cultivation of energy is still at a low level. Han Shua slowly described the situation on Profound Continent and Elysium. The crowd listened attentively to Han Shua's words. For many of them, this was the first time they had learned about this vast universe. When they heard that Elysium was rich in elemental energies and gods were everywhere, many of them were greatly shocked. I will be leaving soon after I return. After I leave this time, there won't be many opportunities for me to return. All in all, Elysium is a much more suitable place for cultivation. I have established some businesses there and I can guarantee your safety. If any of you wish to pursue greater strength, you can tell me and I will bring you to Elysium, Han Shua said in a deep voice. A decade or so was a long time for ordinary people, especially those who did not spend time and energy on cultivation. They spent most of their time and energy on having children. Some of them already had family and love on Profound Continent that they could not bear to part with. Han Shuo knew that not everyone would be willing to make a long and arduous journey to a new and unfamiliar environment. "Master, I will go wherever you go," Gilbert immediately declared without the slightest hesitation. Soon after, Statholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of the Flames, Elizabeth, Balance, Sanguiner, and the others who wholeheartedly pursued greater strength also excitedly expressed their support and strongly requested to leave with Han Shuo. These people did not have too many attachments on Profound Continent and were wholeheartedly working hard to become stronger. Now that they heard that they would be offered even better conditions, they did not even think twice and immediately agreed. Fanny, Emily, Phoebe, Helen, Jasper, and the other women who were close to Han Shuo more or less had family and loved ones on Profound Continent. However, it was even more difficult for them to bear the thought of being separated from Han Shuo. After hesitating for a moment, they too expressed their willingness to follow Han Shuo. However, before leaving, they wanted to bid farewell to their loved ones. As for people like Dorcas and Jack, as they pursued different things, in addition to the fact that they already had a family in Bretel City, after pondering for a period of time, they ultimately did not decide to leave. Having gotten his revenge, Trunks now possessed an enormous amount of resources, including the Valley of Sunshine and the Dark Forest. Now that he had a daughter with that female bandit Janet, he too could not bear to leave and therefore decided to stay. Even those who did not leave would need some time to settle some affairs. Therefore, after tallying up the number of people, Han Shuo gave them a time limit. 3 months. After 3 months, they would gather at Bretel City. Those who did not show up at that time would be considered to have decided to stay. Knowing that Han Shuo would not have many opportunities to meet them after leaving, those who had decided to stay did not leave Bretel City. During this period of time, they reunited with Han Shuo and drank to their heart's content. Han Shuo unceremoniously took out some of the cultivation items that he had prepared for Emily and the others and handed them to his friends who planned to stay on Profound Continent. Some of those items were origin crystals, while others could be used in secret arts. They were priceless items on Profound Continent. Han Shuo generously distributed them. Emily and the others did not mind as Han Shuo had informed them that these items could be purchased on Elysium with crystal coins. Therefore, they had no qualms about it. Parting was always somewhat sorrowful. Everyone made use of getting drunk to make up for it. For more than 2 months in a row, the city lord's mansion in Bretel City was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. The fragrance of fine wine could be smelled from miles away. Drunken dignitaries constantly walked in and out of the city lord's mansion, drawing the attention of the residents in the city. Han Shuo even made a trip to Asen City to bid farewell to King Lawrence of Lancelot Empire. Lawrence was very helpless about Han Shuo's departure. However, now that Profound Continent was completely under his control, it didn't seem like a big deal to lose Han Shuo. Lawrence and Han Shuo could not be persuaded to stay. In Asen City, Candide, Emma, and Gree the Banshees, Pegasus, and Ermite Cotton who were once subdued by Han Shuo also expressed their desire to leave with Han Shuo when they heard that he was going to leave. They were already standing at the pinnacle of Profound Continent. As they had been tirelessly pursuing power, they were obviously unwilling to give up this opportunity. After hastily making preparations, they all hurried to Bretel City. 3 months later. Gilbert, Statholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of the Flames, Elizabeth, Balance, Sanguiner, Emily, Fanny, Candide, Emma, Gree, Pegasus, Ermite Cotton, and the others gathered in Bretel City. After bidding farewell to Jack, Trunks, and the others, they all followed Han Shuo to the Cemetery of Death in the Boundless Sea. Every one of these people who were willing to leave with Han Shuo was someone who pursued power. All of them had the ability to fly, which made the journey very convenient. After spending 7 days, under Han Shuo's lead, the party finally arrived at the island where the Cemetery of Death was located. Before they landed on the island, Andrina suddenly bunched her brows and said to Han Shuo in a soft voice, "Huh? There's someone here." Han Shuo was startled. He hastily expanded his consciousness and immediately sensed that there were 5 people in the Cemetery of Death. All 5 of them were mid-gods. This puzzled Han Shuo. "All of you, be careful. Stick close to each other. Han Shua turned around and instructed those people in a soft voice. None of those who were heading to Elysium this time had reached the low god realm. If a battle were to break out, they wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. What's going on? Statholm the old monster asked. There might be enemies. These people aren't people that you can handle for the time being. But don't worry, with me and Andrina around, if they have any malicious intent, they will be dead. Han Shua explained. He instructed Andrina to carefully protect his friends from Profound Continent as they slowly landed on the island. After waiting for more than 3 months, you have finally arrived. A coarse voice sounded from the center of the Cemetery of Death. Shortly after, a group of 5 sinisterly flew out from the Cemetery of Death. One could tell at a glance that these people weren't good people. Their eyes were filled with undisguised frenzied killing intent as they stared at Han Shua. Han Shua's face turned cold and he asked, "Who are you people?" "Youngster, I don't know who you are. In any case, we were originally destined for death. We were forcefully sent to this low-level material plane. That person told us that there is only one low god in this low-level material plane and that we would be dead if we were to return to Elysium. Here, no one can do anything to us and we are rather free and unfettered. Of course, the prerequisite is that we get rid of you first." The leader of the group looked at Han Shua with a sinister smile. When he saw Emily, Fanny, and the other women behind Han Shua, he laughed excitedly and said, "Not bad. Although the people of this low-level material plane are weak, these women are rather pretty. It has been a long time since we touched a woman." Very good, very good. You were sent here by Dolores, weren't you?" Han Shua's face turned gloomy. He coldly sized up the group and immediately guessed what had happened. That's none of your business. In any case, from today onwards, we are the ones who call the shots on this continent. Youngster, just accept your bad luck," the leader said with a maniacal laugh. The few people behind him sized up Emily and the other women with sinister gazes. They wanted nothing more than to rush over and attack them. "You keep an eye on them. I'll get rid of this trash." Before Han Shua could say anything, Andrina had already rushed out. Andrina had always detested this kind of people. It's a little girl. I like her. Don't you dare snatch her from me." A shabbily dressed little old man who cultivated in the energy of darkness rubbed his hands excitedly when he saw Andrina flying over. Andrina didn't cultivate in any of the 12 fundamental energies and she was adept at concealing her aura. Therefore, the 5 of them had no idea that Andrina was a god of slaughter. "Leave one alive," Han Shua hastily reminded when he saw Andrina rushing out with a cold face. "Got it. I'll leave one alive for you," Andrina replied to Han Shua impatiently. Then, like a sheep entering a tiger's den, she charged at the 5 people. A gorgeous curtain of light flew out from her delicate body and formed 5 small vortexes that instantly sucked all 5 people in. As expected, the 5 people were reduced to a bloody mess and turned into a rain of blood that scattered on the ground. The crude leader looked as if he had been skinned alive. Covered in blood, he looked at Andrina with fear in his eyes and screamed, "Spare me, spare me. Is it Dolores?" Han Shua asked indifferently after he had stored the other 4 people's divine souls into the cauldron of myriad demon. "I don't know any Dolores. I was escorted here by an old man named Jeff." The man screamed and begged bitterly, "Please spare me, we have no enmity between us." "All right, he has no value anymore." Han Shua waved his hand mercilessly. He already knew who was behind this. Bang! The man's body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Mike Cotton, Statholm, and the others behind Han Shua were all dumbfounded. The 5 people did not conceal their terrifying auras. Before them, Mike Cotton and the others found it difficult to even breathe. Yet, these 5 experts were so easily killed by Andrina. Moreover, Andrina looked like a little girl. This strong contrast shocked them greatly. "Oh no, the interplanar transportation matrix has been destroyed. Andrina suddenly cried out in alarm. What? Han Shuo was shocked. But soon after, his mind jolted and he laughed. There might be a way. What is it? Andrina asked, puzzled. Back then, during the battle with the Light Pope, Han Shuo had snatched the Holy Grail from them. McKinley, who was inside the Holy Grail, was an expert cultivating in the Edict of Space. As Han Shuo had been rather busy lately, he had long forgotten about McKinley inside the Holy Grail. It was only after hearing Andrina's words that he remembered that there was a divine soul cultivating in the Edict of Space inside the Holy Grail. Han Shuo took out the Holy Grail from his space ring and attempted to communicate with McKinley using his consciousness. Hey, McKinley, how are you? You stinking brat, it's been a long time since you've looked for me. McKinley cursed in a low voice when he saw that Han Shuo had finally remembered him. After scolding Han Shuo for a while, he asked, why did you think of me this time? I want to ask you for a favor. Han Shuo put on a bitter face after listening to McKinley's complaints for a while. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed an expert cultivating in the Edict of Space, Han Shuo wouldn't have thought of McKinley. Han Shuo had previously promised McKinley that he would accompany him whenever he had free time. It was obvious that Han Shuo had gone back on his word. I knew you wouldn't think of me when you don't need me, humph. McKinley complained to Han Shuo. After a while, he asked, speak, what's the matter? The interplanar transportation matrix on this continent has been destroyed. You cultivate in the Edict of Space. Do you have a way to repair it for me? Han Shuo hastily replied. McKinley's divine soul grew visibly excited when he heard that Han Shuo wanted him to repair the interplanar transportation matrix. He did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question but hastily asked, what's wrong? Are you thinking of leaving Profound Continent? Are you planning to go to Elysium? Haha, if you are really going to Elysium, you must bring me to the Space Dominion to look for someone. Who knows, I might even be able to find my divine body. Yes. Han Shuo dared not tell McKinley that he had returned from Elysium. Otherwise, McKinley would be infuriated to death by Han Shuo. Back when Han Shuo asked McKinley about Elysium, McKinley had implored Han Shuo to help him make a trip to the Space Dominion if he ever returned to Elysium. Han Shuo had long promised to do so. Unfortunately, he had forgotten about McKinley's existence after arriving on Elysium. Naturally, he couldn't fulfill his promise. Are you really going to Elysium? McKinley was indescribably excited. Only by going to Elysium would he be able to find a way to change his situation and escape from the Holy Grail. That's right. Do you have a way to repair the interplanar transportation matrix? Han Shuo asked impatiently. That depends on how badly damaged the interplanar transportation matrix is. During this time, Fanny had brought Andrina to tour the entire Profound Continent. She was very fond of Andrina. Every time she saw Han Shuo berating Andrina, she would be the first to stand up and rebuke Han Shuo. A child? Even 100 of you added together wouldn't be as old as her. Han Shuo forced a smile and secretly glared at Andrina. He did not say anything else. He knew that it was pointless to talk to Fanny. As long as Fanny treated Andrina as a child, Han Shuo wouldn't be able to change anything. This woman was adorably silly. Look! Statholm softly shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd. The Holy Grail that contained McKinley suddenly produced an intense undulation. The space around it rippled like water. Under the effect of some bizarre energy, the previously destroyed interplanar transportation matrix miraculously began to reconnect. Soon, a small-scale interplanar transportation matrix appeared before Han Shuo. The group was dumbfounded. They hadn't expected McKinley to be so fast when he made his move. Many of the interplanar transportation matrix's materials were destroyed. I can only repair it with existing materials. Therefore, this interplanar transportation matrix is slightly smaller. It can only transport 2 or 3 people at a time. However, as long as you have enough energy crystals, you will still be able to return to Elysium safely, McKinley transmitted to Han Shoa after the Holy Grail had returned to Han Shoa's hand. Thank you, Han Shoa said sincerely. Without McKinley's help, who knew how many twists and turns they would have to go through in order to reach Elysium? You're welcome. Just remember to send my divine soul to the Space Dominion when you arrive on Elysium. As long as you help me with this task, I will definitely reward you handsomely after I find my divine body, McKinley repeatedly reminded Han Shoa as he was obsessed with finding his divine body. Don't worry. I will definitely remember this. Once I settle down on Elysium, the first thing I will do is make a trip to the Space Dominion and settle your matter. Han Shoa immediately guaranteed. This time, he was truly sincere. Han Shoa had enough energy crystals in his possession. Interplanar transportation wouldn't be a problem. However, as he wasn't on good terms with those in the interplanar transportation matrix valley in the Darkness Dominion, Han Shoa had Andrina, Fanny, and Emily go first. He was in charge of constantly activating the interplanar transportation matrix. Rays of dazzling white light flashed past. The familiar faces disappeared before Han Shoa's eyes in groups of 2s and 3s. Han Shoa and Ermike were the last to enter the interplanar transportation matrix after everyone else had used the interplanar transportation matrix to reach Elysium. After a flash of white light, Han Shoa finally returned to Elysium. What a dense elemental energy! My goodness, this place is perfect for cultivation. Ugh, the gravity is so strong. I can't even fly. This is great. A day of cultivation here is equivalent to a year on Profound Continent. What a miraculous place. No wonder gods are everywhere. As soon as Han Shoa arrived at the valley, he was greeted by a cacophony of chatter. Those who had just arrived on Elysium could immediately sense the differences between Profound Continent and Elysium. Andrina giggled and stayed with Fanny. She explained the differences between Elysium and Profound Continent to Fanny. Back on Profound Continent, Fanny was the host. She had brought Andrina around the entire continent. However, as soon as they arrived on this unfamiliar Elysium, Fanny immediately appeared rather restrained. As the host, Andrina began to console Fanny smilingly. What's going on? Why are there a bunch of people who haven't ascended to godhood? What bad luck! On the viewing platform, a few divine guards noticed that a bunch of strangers had suddenly appeared. They immediately started discussing among themselves. Come this way, shouted a divine guard at the front. His mouth was filled with foul language. You fellas, do you think Elysium is a place for sightseeing? With your strength, coming to Elysium is no different than suicide. I really don't understand you lot. How dare you come to Elysium with such meager strength? You must be tired of living. Bam! Before the divine guard could finish his sentence, Andrina raised her little hand. The divine guard was sent flying as though he had received a heavy blow to his chest. Cut the crap. I will kill you if you dare to talk nonsense again. Andrina glared at the divine guard. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from her petite body. Andrina was in a very bad mood after the interplanar transportation matrix on Profound Continent was destroyed. She had almost been unable to return to Elysium. As soon as she arrived, she heard this person blabbering on and on. How dare you! The divine guards around her were startled. They suddenly surrounded Andrina and pointed their divine weapons at her. It was at this moment that Han Shoa, who was surrounded, walked out from the crowd with a sneer. He looked at the divine guards and said, "Where's Dolores? Releasing a condemned prisoner without permission is a capital offense. Are you all tired of living?" These divine guards recognized Han Shoa and knew about the conflict between Han Shoa and Dolores. Their faces jolted when they saw Han Shoa suddenly appear. They did not expect that Han Shoa would be able to return to Elysium alive. Lord Dolores isn't here. We don't know where he is, a divine guard lightly groaned. One of the divine guards softly groaned. It was obvious that he was very displeased with Han Shoa. However, He knew that Han Shuo had some status in the City of Shadows and that he had a close relationship with the House of Saint. Therefore, he dared not speak ill of him. Dolores is done for. Good luck to you all, a divine guard lightly groaned. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and decided not to bicker with these people. He nodded at Andrina and led Fanny and the others to the place where divine tablets were processed. Old Jeff, you didn't expect me to come back alive, did you? Hee hee. Han Shuo lifted Jeff up and gave him a few slaps on the face. Jeff was dizzy and seeing stars. What gives you the right to hit me? Jeff shrieked as soon as he regained his senses. However, it seemed that Dolores really wasn't around. No matter how loudly he yelled, Dolores did not show up. Cut the crap. Process their divine tablets for me. I'll talk to you later, Han Shuo sneered as he threw a black crystal coin in front of Jeff. Those below base god strength cannot process divine tablets. Jeff raised his head and shouted. Han Shuo's face turned cold as he grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pulled Jeff to his side, looked him straight in the eye, and softly asked, "Are you sure you won't do it?" Jeff felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end. He knew that Han Shuo had the intention to kill him. His expression changed drastically and he hastily said, "I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Without base god strength, there's no way a divine tablet can verify one's identity. I'm just a small fry. Please let me go." Chapter 730. One cannot obtain a divine tablet without base god strength. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. Judging from Jeff's fearful expression, he did not seem to be lying. In that case, only a handful of people could obtain a divine tablet. Do whatever you can for me first. Han Shuo flung Jeff hard onto the table with a bang. He nodded repeatedly with a face full of fear, deathly afraid that Han Shuo would directly kill him. Jeff knew a little about the relationship between Han Shuo and the House of Saint. Given Han Shuo's current status in the City of Shadows, it wouldn't be much of a problem for him to kill a minor character like Jeff. Although Jeff had been following Dolores all this time, he was able to quickly discern the situation when his life was at stake. Under Jeff's arrangement, Stratholme the Old Monster, Air Mike Cotton, the Emperor of the Flames, and the others quickly settled the divine tablets. As for those like Fanny who had yet to attain base god strength, since the divine tablets could not confirm their identity, they could only wait until later. After Jeff had settled Han Shuo's matter, he carefully handed over the crystal coins to Han Shuo. He did not dare to say anything for fear of angering Han Shuo. "Tell me where Dolores is and I'll spare your life," Han Shuo said coldly as he narrowed his eyes at Jeff. He didn't take the remaining crystal coins. "Please spare my life, my lord. I really don't know where Dolores is," Jeff cried out in fear. "Brian, don't make things difficult for him," Fanny said softly. Han Shuo softly groaned and said, "All right then, I'll let it go for today. But you have to be more careful in the near future. Dolores is done for. I heard that it was you who sent those death row prisoners to Profound Continent. This is no small crime. Just you wait to be punished." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo paid no more attention to Jeff. He left the place with Andrina and headed towards the direction of the City of Shadows. As long as Han Shuo went back to inform Erebus, Andre, or Carmelita, Dolores and Jeff would definitely be severely punished. The two of them would be in trouble sooner or later, so he wasn't in a hurry to do anything to them. When they arrived on Elysium, due to the drastic change in gravity, most of those who came from Profound Continent had lost the ability to fly. With that, they could only walk on foot. Their speed immediately dropped. At this time, Han Shuo realized that he had been negligent. If he had known this would happen, he would have bought a flying bat. With the flying bat, they wouldn't have wasted so much time on the road. It was a pity that the flying bats were only sold in some big towns, and the valley was remote, so there was still a long way to go to the nearest big town. Stratholme and his party weren't in a hurry. They were new to Elysium and were highly interested in everything. They constantly marveled at the vastness of Elysium and the abundance of elemental energies on Elysium. They were especially interested in the flora and fauna on Elysium. The women, in particular, treated the journey as a sightseeing tour. They couldn't stop chattering and laughing along the way. 3 days after Han Shuo left Elysium, Dolores returned. Through Jeff, Dolores immediately understood the situation. His face turned gloomy and he said hatefully, "That youngster sure is lucky to be able to return to Elysium alive. My lord, what should we do?" Given his relationship with the House of Saint, all he needs to do is say a word and we'll both be done for. Jeff had a dejected look on his face. He was truly afraid. That's right. That's right. What are you panicking for? Dolores chided. He bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he suddenly asked, "You are saying that he brought a lot of weaklings with him?" "Yes, there isn't even a low god among them. There aren't many of them who have reached base god or demigod realm. In our Elysium, they wouldn't even be able to defeat a child," Jeff replied. "I see." Dolores sneered and said, "With such a group of burdens, that youngster won't be able to travel quickly. As long as we find a way to prevent him from ever returning to the City of Shadows, we will be fine." "My lord, what do you mean?" Jeff stared blankly for a moment. He knew that Han Shuo would not be easy to deal with after he failed to kill Han Shuo the last time. Now that he thought about it, he realized that there was no irreconcilable hatred between him and Han Shuo. Besides, he was also afraid of Han Shuo's influence in the City of Shadows. In his heart, he was no longer willing to provoke Han Shuo. "You don't have to worry about this. I have my own arrangements." Dolores' eyes glinted with sinister and cold lights. He instructed, "Take care of the problems in Elysium. I need to go out for a while." Dolores, who had just returned to Elysium, did not stay for long. He immediately left with his men. Hushvale City, Godswamp Pharmacy's headquarters. In a secret underground chamber, Avery, who was meditating in the pitch-black darkness, suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and discovered that a magical device was glowing beside him. Then, Dolores's image gradually became clearer. "What happened?" Avery asked in a deep voice. "Second uncle, that kid came back alive." Dolores in the mirror image replied. "How is that possible?" Avery's expression changed slightly. He softly cried out, "Even if those prisoners couldn't cause them any trouble, they would have destroyed the transportation matrix on that low-level material plane. Without the interplanar transportation matrix, it won't be easy for them to return to Elysium. Have you checked the transportation matrix on that material plane? It's sealed. Only those who know how to seal it can pass through," Dolores replied with a bitter smile. "Ha!" Avery cried out in surprise. Could it be that there are experts cultivating in the Edict of Space among their group? Otherwise, how could they have sealed the interplanar transportation matrix? "I don't know either," Dolores shook his head. "Tell me the details." Avery's face turned cold and he shouted in a deep voice. After Dolores explained the situation, Avery sneered and said, "I didn't expect that youngster to bring so many burdens with him. All right, I got it. They can forget about returning to the City of Shadows alive." Upon finishing those words, Avery disconnected his connection with Dolores and reconnected the magical device. A moment later, another person appeared in the magical mirror, the master of Godswamp Pharmacy. "Avery, how are you doing here?" the white-haired old man asked smilingly. "Very well. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Hassling." Avery first smiled and expressed his gratitude. Shortly after, he put on a solemn face and said, "I have received news that Brian of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has just returned from a low-level material plane. He has taken over everything in the City of Shadows. I believe Mr. Hassling will be very interested in teaching him a lesson." "What's the situation?" Hassling put on a faint smile and asked in a soft voice. After listening to Avery's explanation, Hassling nodded smilingly and said, "I understand. Continue to rest. Leave this matter to me." Hasling took the initiative to disconnect with Avery. Then, Avery used the magical device to contact another person. When the blurry image of that person appeared, Hasling smilingly said, "Bravst, the little girl you are looking for has just left the Interplanar Transportation Valley in the City of Shadows. I believe you will be very interested in her. If you can help me deliver the head of that youngster named Brian to me, I will give you an additional 100 bottles of mind confusion poison. Deal." Before the image of the person appeared, a deep voice sounded and the connection was severed. "How dare you ruin my business? Youngster, the Godswamp Pharmacy isn't that easy to take over. I want you to spit it all out." Hasling sneered, "Elysium is so vast. It took us 7 days just to reach a single valley." Phoebe lamented. That was what the crowd was thinking. They had gradually adapted to their new environment over the past few days and realized just how vast Elysium was. Some, such as Gree the Banshee, Pegasus, and a few others, were considered outstanding characters back on Profound Continent. They could practically do whatever they wanted on the entire Profound Continent. Unfortunately, after arriving on Elysium, they encountered some people who were low gods. Their auras instilled fear in them. They cautiously followed behind Han Shua, fearing that they would have nowhere to go if they left Han Shua. Yes. This continent is vast. Even a small valley is bigger than the territory of the Lancelot Empire. We need to hurry to the nearest city and buy an airship. Otherwise, at this rate, we won't be able to reach the City of Shadows for at least a year or two. Han Shua said smilingly. "Brian, are those god hunters really that terrifying?" Fanny was instinctively afraid of the god hunters that Han Shua mentioned. Whenever she thought of those people who specialized in hunting gods, she felt a chill run down her spine. God hunters are a special group of people on Elysium. These people hunt others to increase their strength. They are the most abominable. As soon as I run into those god hunters, I will kill every last one of them." Andrina said hatefully. "Don't worry, the god hunters won't be interested in you. You haven't reached the low god realm and you haven't condensed divine energy in your body. They won't waste their time on you," Han Shua comforted Fanny. "So you're saying that we don't even have the qualifications to be hunted?" Statholm the old monster put on a bitter smile. He shook his head and sighed, "It seems that we have been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well." Sigh, although the cultivation environment on this continent is excellent, this is too much of a blow to our confidence. Don't worry. To be able to cultivate to this stage in a place as barren as Profound Continent shows that all of you possess astonishing aptitudes. On Elysium, I will provide you with crystal coins. Using the rich elements here, your strength will rapidly increase. I believe that it won't be long before every one of you reaches the low god realm." Han Shua comforted Statholm smilingly. This was also the reason why Han Shua spared no effort to bring them to Elysium. To be able to cultivate to such a stage on Profound Continent was a testament to their wisdom and aptitude. Now that they were in a better environment, under great pressure, they would definitely work tirelessly to become stronger. With Han Shua's help, they would improve rapidly. It was not impossible for them to become the main force of Han Shua's family head in the future. After another month, the group finally passed through the valley. After traveling for more than 10 days, they arrived at an even more vast mountain range. This mountain range was even vaster than the valley. As long as they passed through this mountain range, they would be able to reach a slightly larger town. Perhaps they would be able to buy an airship there. After traveling for a few days in this mountain range, Han Shua suddenly discovered through his demon generals that there were a lot more people around them. Those people were pretending to be ordinary godswolds but were secretly observing Han Shua and his party. Something's not right, Han Shua said to Andrina. Although Andrina's divine soul was sharp, it was limited to the area around her. Naturally, she couldn't see things that were extremely far away with the help of her demon generals like Han Shua could. What's going on? Andrina asked puzzledly. A lot of people are secretly gathering here using all kinds of methods. Those people possess extraordinary strength. Although they are carefully concealing their auras, they are paying close attention to us. In my opinion, they should be god hunters, and not the scattered kind. Han Shuo said in a deep voice. You mean the God Hunter Alliance? Andrina was startled. Shortly after, she said angrily, they are courting death. I was just fretting that I couldn't find them. Han Shuo shook his head and put on a grave face. He said, they seem to know that you are here. That's why they aren't approaching us. I think we are in big trouble this time. What do you mean? Andrina stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, she realized something and cried out in surprise, you mean? Han Shuo nodded and said in a deep voice, it might be like what happened at Greenfire Swamp. They seem to be waiting for their leaders to arrive. They will only attack us when they are fully confident. Andrina was startled. She said, if that's the case, even I won't be able to protect all of them until they reach the City of Shadows. I know. Han Shuo took a deep breath and said, that's why we have to split up. You will stay here with them for the time being. Use a boundary to conceal their auras and yours. We will stay in this mountain range for some time. Meanwhile, I will leave by myself and think of a way to lure those people away. After they leave, you will bring them to the nearest city, purchase an airship, and send them to the City of Shadows as quickly as possible. How can you lure them away? Their target should be me. If they can't see me, they won't fall for your trap. Andrina said anxiously. A demon general flew out from Cauldron's spirit and slowly materialized in front of Han Shuo. It gradually took on the appearance of Andrina. Chapter 731. This transfiguration ability won't be able to deceive anyone. As long as I examine it with my divine soul from a close distance, I will be able to tell the difference. However, those god hunters won't dare to get too close. It is indeed difficult to discern the difference from a distance. In this case, I can lure them away while you stay here and conceal your presence. After some time, you can escape via another route. You should be fine, Han Shuo said smilingly. What about you? If those god hunter leaders move out and surround you, won't you be dead meat? Andrina asked worriedly after thinking for a moment. Fanny and the other ladies were worried sick. They started disagreeing with Han Shuo's suggestion. Although these ladies were very confident in Han Shuo, after coming to Elysium and witnessing the experts of this world, their confidence in Han Shuo was not as blind as before. After listening to Andrina's suggestion, they did not want Han Shuo to take the risk. Don't worry, I might not be able to defeat them, but no one can stop me if I want to leave. Han Shuo said smilingly, you should know that there aren't many who are better at escaping than I am. Are you really confident that you can escape from their encirclement? Andrina was still rather skeptical. Even she almost died when she was hunted down by those god hunter leaders, let alone Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded and replied confidently, absolutely. All right, I will stay here with them. As long as you lure those god hunters away, I guarantee that you will be able to safely escort them to the City of Shadows. Andrina hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed to Han Shuo's suggestion. She had no better ideas other than that. Most importantly, Andrina felt that Han Shuo was hiding a lot of secrets. Based on her understanding of Han Shuo, she knew that Han Shuo wasn't the kind of person who would boast. Without absolute confidence, Han Shuo wouldn't be so confident. Brian, I'm sorry, we've become a burden to you. Mike put on a bitter face. He, who had once been an all-powerful figure on Profound Continent, had never imagined that he would one day be so helpless. It doesn't matter. Everyone, there's no need to be disheartened. With your aptitude and comprehension, you'll definitely make a difference in this vast continent. In time, all of you will enter the realm of Low God. When that time comes, you won't have to worry so much. Han Shuo said smilingly. Thank goodness we came with you. If we had come to Elysium alone, I'm afraid none of us would have survived to become low gods. Statholm shook his head and sighed endlessly. At this point, he'd already figured out the situation and fully realized the benefits of having an acquaintance. All right, you can thank me later. Han Shuo took out a bag of black crystal coins and tossed it to Andrina. He warned, "This is for you to buy the airship. Don't be greedy. You're so long-winded." "Of course I can figure out the situation." Andrina put away the crystal coins and groaned discontentedly. "Ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet in the City of Shadows." Han Shuo waved his hand and led the group of dummies that the demon generals had conjured, leaving without a second thought. Without Air Mike and the other encumbrances, Han Shuo's speed was much faster. Although he was still on foot, his transformed demon generals were still very fast. Some of his demon generals transformed into the appearances of Andrina and the others, while the others remained in their incorporeal forms. They spread out in all directions, secretly spying on every movement within 100 miles of them. Not even the slightest movement could escape Han Shuo's eyes and ears. Many scattered god hunters surrounded Han Shuo from all directions. These god hunters had varying strengths. Most of them were early-stage or mid-stage mid-gods. For the time being, not a single high god was detected. They were very cautious and did not attack Han Shuo without permission. They were most likely wary of Andrina's strength and were waiting for their leader to arrive. With the help of his demon general's vision, Han Shuo effortlessly avoided some of the areas where god hunters were densely packed. He purposely chose areas where the god hunters were weaker and fewer in number, disrupting their movements and forcing them to change their course. For the next 5 days, Han Shuo and his transformed demon general had ventured deep into the heart of the mountain range. It was at this time that the demon general finally discovered the presence of a high god hunter. It was an ugly young man in ragged clothes. His face was full of bumps and hollows as though he had been severely scalded. He had a head of long, disheveled silver hair and cultivated in the energy of darkness. As soon as this person arrived, many of the god hunters in the vicinity gathered around him and respectfully reported the situation in the mountain range to him. The high god's soul was extremely sensitive. Fearing that the high god would discover the existence of the demon generals, Han Shuo had all the demon generals in that area moved far away. This way, the high god could only vaguely see the location of those people but not hear what they were saying. They were obviously wary of Andrina. Even though this young man was alone, they did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they continued to encircle Han Shuo from afar. In order to lure them further away, Han Shuo had no choice but to move towards a less populated area. When those god hunters saw that Han Shuo was approaching, they all moved away from him. 3 days later, a few more god hunters arrived at the mountain range, including 2 high gods. One of them was a burly man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, while the other was a white-haired old woman cultivating in the Edict of Death. Based on Han Shuo's understanding of the god hunters, Han Shuo surmised that the burly man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was Bravst, whom he had met in the valley. With 3 high gods of death, darkness, and destruction arriving in the mountain range, and a dozen mid-gods and late-stage mid-gods, their combined strength was not inferior to any of the large family clans in the City of Shadows. When they felt that the time was right, they began to gradually close in on Han Shuo and prepare to strike. Han Shuo immediately raised his vigilance when he saw that they had started to move. Before they could complete their encirclement, using the probing abilities of his demon generals, Han Shuo stealthily crept into the weakest part of the encirclement. Those demon generals transformed into Andrina and the others were immediately put away by Han Shuo. They transformed into their incorporeal forms and clung to the lush foliage of the trees. As soon as the obvious targets disappeared, Han Shuo immediately concealed his aura and moved stealthily in the shade of the lush foliage. Lord Bravst, the targets have suddenly vanished without a trace. A mid-god cultivating in the Edict of Destruction hastily came to the burly man's side and reported in a low voice. Vanished? Bravst's thick brows bunched. His eyes glinted as he nodded and said, Andrina possesses extraordinary strength. It seems that she has discovered our plan. She must have used some special method to conceal her aura. However, with such a large target, there's no way that they can escape from our encirclement. As long as we continue to close in on them, we will surely be able to find them. That's right. Our encirclement has shrunk to a very small area. There's no way that they can escape without making a sound. We must find Andrina even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Andrina is too big of a threat to us god hunters. If she doesn't die, our god hunters will suffer even greater losses, that ugly young man said in a sinister voice. All of you, be careful. If you notice anything amiss, report it immediately. Kiki, they are carrying a bunch of ants who have yet to reach low god realm. There's no way they can escape. That old woman said with a strange laugh. After hearing the 3's words, the god hunters quickly left the area. They flew across the area and occupied every advantageous terrain. Bit by bit, they began to close in on the encirclement. These god hunters were well trained and had long been accustomed to hunting others in the mountain range. They cooperated with each other in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, all of their actions had fallen into Han Shua's eyes. Without Stratholme and the other burdens, and without the barrier, in this area full of cover and towering trees, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to capture Han Shua, who knew his every move like the back of his hand. Under the shade of a large, withered tree, Han Shua dug a hole that could only fit one person. He sunk his entire body into the hole and held his breath in rapt attention. He opened his mind and soul. His consciousness was ethereal and empty. He did not think about anything and became one with the nature of the mountain range. One god hunter after another passed by Han Shua. However, not a single one of them discovered the target that they had been painstakingly searching for. Even that low god of darkness who possessed high god strength did not discover the anomaly beneath his feet when he passed by this area. Their encirclement was still slowly shrinking. Soon, all the god hunters had gathered at the center from all directions. We didn't discover anything. There's no one on our side. There's nothing. Several dozen god hunters gathered at the center of the encirclement. Each and every one of them reported their situation. However, not a single one of them discovered anything unusual. How is this possible? That ugly young man cried in a low voice. He said, they were clearly within this encirclement. How could so many of them suddenly vanish? Galas, don't worry. They definitely did not leave this area. Andrina possesses extraordinary strength. As long as she hides and constructs boundaries that conceal her aura and presence, it's normal that we wouldn't discover her, Brovs said in a deep voice after thinking for a moment. Then what should we do? That high god of darkness named Galas asked in a low voice. It's simple. Everyone, split up and attack in all directions. As long as it's a boundary or seal, there will always be some anomalies when it is attacked, that old woman said with a sinister smile. That's right. Everyone, split up and attack one area at a time. We don't need to expend much divine energy. Even a small bone arrow will be enough to find out the situation, Brovst commanded. The god hunters obeyed the order and started sweeping the area they came from. They launched all kinds of attacks at the same time, stirring up clouds of dust and snapping tree branches. Using this method, they rapidly cleared out all areas that could possibly be affected by the boundary. God damn it, luckily I'm smart enough to keep them at the back. Otherwise, Andrina's boundary wouldn't be able to hide from them in such a blanket search. Han Shua cursed in a low voice from underground. He saw that one of them was getting closer and closer to him, so he walked out of the ground. Han Shua had actually left their encirclement. If Han Shua were to leave at this moment, those god hunters would have no way of stopping Han Shua. He could easily retreat. However, if Han Shua were to leave without making a sound, those god hunters would definitely not give up on searching the entire mountain range. If they were allowed to remain in this mountain range, they would pose a great threat to Andrina and the others. Having evaded the encirclement, Han Shua had no choice but to purposely reveal himself and make a bit of noise in this area. With a crack, an old tree that was neither too big nor too small suddenly snapped. Suddenly, a loud and clear whistle sounded. The god hunter closest to Han Shua immediately shrieked, "Over here! Over here!" One after another, figures were shuttling through the trees. Terrifying auras converged towards Han Shua from all directions. It was an extremely frightening sight. Han Shuo was running at top speed. He deliberately left behind tracks along the way. Sometimes, he would break a branch on a tree, and sometimes he would leave heavy footprints on the ground. With that, those god hunters no longer had any doubts. They followed closely behind Han Shuo and chased after Han Shuo with all their might. After traveling for half a day, Han Shuo no longer deliberately left behind tracks and concealed his aura. When those god hunters reached the last track left behind by Han Shuo, they suddenly discovered that they had lost track of him. It became rather difficult for them to continue the pursuit. "What should we do?" a mid-god asked. "They must not have gone too far with those burdens. Since the tracks have disappeared, there is only one possibility." Brovst mischievously laughed and said, "They must have gone into hiding again. Everyone, spread out and continue to search using the same method as before. I believe that after running for so long, they must be more tired than we are. Let's see where they will run to this time. Be careful. Remember, as long as Andrina is alive, you will be killed sooner or later." Gallus coldly shouted. The group no longer wasted any more words. 3 high gods each led a few people to search in 3 different directions while the rest spread out and cautiously searched. Using his demon generals, Han Shuo observed every step of the god hunters. He was silently waiting for an opportunity. This time, there was no fixed encirclement. They were searching from the inside to the outside. Unlike shrinking the encirclement, the distance between each other was increasing. From the very beginning, they were certain that Han Shuo and Andrina were carrying a lot of burdens. With that in mind, they had made a complete error in their judgment. As the distance between them grew wider and wider, Han Shuo, who had nothing to worry about, instead became the hunter in this mountain valley with the help of the demon generals' all-around surveillance. One of the god hunters sent out streams of darkness divine energy from his hand, stirring up a cloud of dust. He cautiously walked forward with his eyes wide open, searching for any possible anomalies. "Bloody hell, these bastards really know how to run," cursed the god hunter in a low voice. Unknowingly, he had put some distance between himself and the person closest to him. However, as he was too focused on searching, he did not notice. He arrived under an ancient tree, raised his head to look at the dense foliage, and casually sent out a stream of darkness divine energy. Crack! Another branch snapped. He paid no attention to it and continued to walk forward. Slowly, he arrived under the tree and sent out another stream of darkness divine energy towards a small pond. Still nothing. Cursed the god hunter in a low voice. Suddenly, he discovered that there were no more god hunters in the vicinity. It was then that he realized that he had moved too far away. Did I search too far? He suddenly had such a thought. As soon as he thought of this, he prepared to change his direction and approach the god hunter closest to him. But at this moment, a dozen or so dark shadows suddenly descended from the dense foliage above his head. They entered his body in an instant, causing his limbs to stiffen and depriving him of the opportunity to call for help. Rustle, rustle, Han Shuo's figure gently landed on the ground. The cauldron of myriad demon flew out from his body and covered the top of the god hunter's head. Creak! The demonic blades penetrated the god hunter's abdomen. Demonic yuan instantly destroyed the insides of the god hunter's divine body. In the next moment, the cauldron of myriad demon exerted its power and absorbed the god hunter's divine soul. The dozen or so dark shadows flew out of the god hunter's divine body like bats. Han Shuo opened his hand and absorbed the cauldron of myriad demon back into his body. He gave the god hunter a gentle push and the god hunter fell soundlessly into the shade of the tree. "You're the first," muttered Han Shuo to himself. His body swayed and he disappeared into the shade of the tree. On the other side, a god hunter who was quite a distance away from the other god hunters was walking on soft ground. Just as he felt that the ground beneath his feet was a little strange, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his ankle. Terrifying energy surged into his body and sealed his ability to call for help. Then, a dozen or so dark shadows appeared and swarmed into his body. They completely froze his divine body. The cauldron of myriad demon flew out of Han Shua's hand and landed on the god hunter's abdomen. Boom! 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 His divine body exploded and his divine soul was absorbed into the cauldron of myriad demon by Han Shua. Han Shua continued to search for his next target as he sneered in his heart, "Motherfucker, treating me as prey? Let's see who's the real prey today." With the terrifying perception of his demon generals and his ability to conceal his tracks, Han Shua had become the god hunter's worst nightmare in this mountain range where he could hide from any direction. He specifically targeted those weaker god hunters who were relatively far away from the others. Once he succeeded, he would immediately retreat. In a very short period of time, he had hunted down all 7 god hunters, leaving not a single one alive. Ah! An ear-piercing shriek came from afar. The god hunters immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. When they arrived, they saw the lifeless corpse of one of their companions lying on the ground. It didn't take long for more people to discover the corpses of their companions. The god hunters who had been full of confidence as hunters started to panic when they saw the corpses of their companions appearing one after another. Chapter 732. It was a terrible feeling to have 7 corpses in front of them, but not even a shadow of the enemy could be found. "Andrina, if we don't kill him this time, who knows how many more of us will die." Galas gnashed his teeth in hatred. 4 of the 7 people were his subordinates, and they had been killed so silently. Naturally, he was extremely furious. Something's not right. Andrina brought a bunch of burdens with her. Why would she dare to attack us under such circumstances? The gloomy-looking old woman said with a puzzled face. She was starting to suspect that something was wrong. "Talon, I also feel that something's not right. How could they escape from right under our noses every time? With so many burdens, even Andrina wouldn't be able to conceal all traces of them. Why is it that every time we are about to catch up to them, we would suddenly lose track of them?" Brovst was also rather uncertain about the situation. After hesitating for a moment, he bunched his brows and said, "Could it be that the information provided by that fella is inaccurate?" After a moment of silence, the old woman called Tai Lin took a deep breath and suggested, "Let's explore more carefully. This time, we'll form groups of 3 and stay close to each other, lest someone takes advantage of the situation and kills us." "All right." Galas and Brovst nodded in agreement. The god hunters split into groups of 3 and didn't dare to stay too far away from each other. They slowed down their search speed and continued to search in all directions. With that, it would be impossible for Han Shua to kill them without leaving a trace. Once he was discovered and surrounded, he would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. In order to prevent that from happening, Han Shua did not attack recklessly. Instead, he once again carefully concealed himself and used his demon generals to observe their every move. After the god hunters regrouped, in order to look out for each other, the distance between the 2 groups was shortened. This naturally slowed down the search speed by a lot. After spending half a day searching, they had only covered a few dozen miles. Naturally, they still didn't find anything. Coldly watching their every move, Han Shua kept thinking about how to make his move. After pondering for a long time, Han Shua's mouth curved into a sinister smile. With a thought, the hidden demons turned into solid bodies, turning into the appearances of Andrina, Phoebe, and the others. They scattered in the periphery and quickly fled in all directions. "There's someone here. There's someone here. Andrina is here." Suddenly, anxious cries of alarm came from the various regions of the mountain range that had been silent for a long time. Brovst, Galas, and Talon hastily rushed towards the region where Andrina's doppelganger was. Along the way, Brovst, Galas, and Talon hastily instructed, "They're going to split up and break out of the encirclement. Capture those who haven't even become low gods alive and use them to threaten Andrina." In the eyes of these god hunters, Andrina was the only one who posed a threat to them. The others, including Han Shua, were insignificant characters who could be easily captured. Han Shua made use of their misunderstanding to come up with a specific strategy. All the true experts, including the 3 god hunter leaders, went after Andrina. The weaker god hunters split up and chased after the so-called burden while sneering. However, what they didn't expect was that the burden, in their minds, would suddenly bare its fangs and bite them to death. In the middle of the chase, they would suddenly discover that the target they had been chasing had suddenly disappeared without a trace. More often than not, before they could react, they would be assaulted by a sudden attack. In just a few seconds, their divine souls would be absorbed by Han Shua's cauldron of myriad demon. Due to the distance between them and how anxious they were, Han Shua suddenly had the time to devour their divine energy. 3 mid-stage mid-gods of death and 1 early-stage mid-god of destruction had their divine energy completely devoured by Han Shua during this period of time. "We've caught up to her," Brovst shouted. Galas and Talon hastily followed. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke drifted past and engulfed Andrina's figure. Brovst, Galas, and Talon excitedly surrounded the wisp of smoke and gestured for their subordinates to approach. "Andrina, let's see where you're going to run to now. You were lucky enough to escape the last time. I reckon that you haven't recovered from your injuries yet, have you? Hee, you should have known that you would end up like this for going against us god hunters," said Galas with a sinister smile. He nodded at Brovst and Talon, and the 3 approached the wisp of smoke step by step. "Andrina, don't blame us for being ruthless. You are just too much of a hindrance." Talon let out a soft laugh. The element of death within a radius of 10 miles frantically converged towards them. A gentle breeze blew past and dispersed the wisp of smoke that the 3 high gods had surrounded. Andrina was nowhere to be seen. This is... Talon stared blankly and her face was filled with astonishment. "Impossible! How could she vanish into thin air?" Galas suddenly shrieked. Brovst didn't say a word, but he too had an ugly expression on his face. The 3 had painstakingly pursued Andrina for so long. They had surrounded her and were about to deal a fatal blow to her when they suddenly discovered that she had vanished without a trace. It was an extremely depressing feeling. The 3 looked at each other and their faces turned gloomy. "Oh no, someone else has been killed. That's fine too. Ah, he was killed by someone who devoured his divine energy. How could this be? Here too. It's clearly the work of us god hunters. Is there a traitor among us?" Sharp cries of alarm sounded from all directions. Soon enough, 8 more corpses were placed before the 3 high gods. 4 of the corpses had clearly been devoured of their divine energy. This was clearly the work of the god hunters. Brovst and the other 2 looked at the 4 corpses, their faces turning uglier than the last. Fear filled the eyes of the god hunters around them. They subconsciously kept a distance from the people around them as though they thought that the murderer was among them. "Everyone, gather here." Talon gestured. Although the terrified god hunters felt a little uncomfortable and guarded against him, they still gathered from all directions and stood still. "The 3 of us will examine each and every one of them. There is no way that the murderer could have digested the divine energy in their bodies in such a short period of time," said Talon in a deep voice. Brovst and Galas immediately nodded and went to examine their subordinates to see if there was any chaotic and impure divine energy in their bodies. Of course there was none. "It's not our people," Brovst shouted. He then suddenly said, "Don't you guys feel that the situation is a little strange? Why do I suddenly feel that we are the prey?" At this point, even Galas felt that something was wrong. After a short pause, he continued, "No matter how powerful Andrina is, it is impossible for her to suddenly vanish from our sight. It is very likely that what we are chasing is an illusion. Someone is after us," Talon said in a deep voice, "and it is very likely to be a high-level god hunter. Perhaps someone is trying to replace us. This is a conspiracy." The crowd's faces jolted upon hearing those words. Brovst and Galas exchanged glances with each other. Brovst said in a deep voice, "We are certain that the murderer is not Andrina. Andrina has a deep hatred for people like us. There is no way that she or those around her would be a god hunter. The enemy has clearly set up their traps in this mountain range. They have been leading us by the nose and have been preparing to deal with us. Brovst, will the God Swamp Pharmacy be in trouble? The God Swamp Pharmacy has been working with us for many years. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be trying to harm us. But it is hard to say. After this matter is over, we will have to carefully investigate it, Brovst explained to Gallus after thinking for a moment. Don't think about pursuing Andrina anymore. Let's all gather together and leave this mountain range at once. Otherwise, if we allow the enemy to set up their traps, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Since they dared to attack us, they definitely aren't any weaker than us. Talon decided. Those Midgard god hunters had long been afraid. Facing an invisible enemy was the most frightening. They were afraid that they would become the next god hunter. They hastily nodded after hearing Talon's words. All right, let's gather together and leave this mountain range. Be careful. I don't think the enemy will give up so easily. If we want to leave this place alive, we have to stick together. Brovst said in a deep voice. Therefore, the group of powerful god hunters started retreating cautiously. They were no longer as confident as when they first arrived. Han Shua, the instigator of all this, observed the situation through his demon generals. He couldn't help but laugh. He did not expect these god hunters to be so paranoid and cowardly. As soon as they saw that the situation wasn't looking good, they would immediately think of the worst. They were like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. All they wanted to do was to leave this place as soon as possible. Han Shua had no idea how terrified the god hunters were. As the public enemy of the entire continent, these people were used to being hunted down by others. All kinds of dangers were always hovering around them. There were people in every divine dominions who were constantly hunting them down in an attempt to eradicate them. In this kind of environment, they were indeed overly cautious. Often, even the slightest abnormality would cause them to think the worst. Especially this time, when one of their own was devoured by their own kind, it was an even more terrifying thing for them. As hunters, when they discovered that someone dared to attack them and that they couldn't find any traces of the enemy, their fear grew and grew until they finally broke down. These so-called god hunters are nothing but a bunch of cowards. Han Shua re-evaluated them. Those god hunters were very adept at evading pursuers. They had set up all kinds of barriers and boundaries along the way. Wherever they passed, they would conceal their auras and leave behind boundaries to confuse their pursuers. Along the way, these people would leave behind boundaries on trees, on the ground, and on rivers to confuse and obstruct their pursuers. They would only leave behind two people to carefully hide in the dark to make sure that no one was following them. They were indeed used to being hunted down and had a unique technique for evading pursuers. After all, god hunters were the public enemy of the entire continent. If their hideout was discovered, wouldn't they be doomed? Unfortunately for them, their opponent was Han Shua. His demon generals were invisible and the area they could cover was vast. Every single boundary they set up could be seen by Han Shua. Naturally, they could easily evade their pursuers. If they could discover the hideout of the god hunters and wipe them out in one go, it would be a great contribution. With that, Han Shua could become a member of a family clan in the City of Shadows and have his own territory and family crest. For the sake of his future, Han Shua felt that he should secretly follow them. For 5 days in a row, Han Shua followed the group of god hunters out of the mountain range. A plain appeared in front of them. There were no trees on the plain that the demon generals could climb. If they were to chase after the 3 high gods on the plain, they would be easily discovered by the 3 high gods. In that mountain range, the demon generals would first avoid the 3 high gods. They would first entrench themselves in the branches and leaves of the trees and remain motionless. In any case, wherever the 3 high gods were, the demon generals would stay far away from them and would not move. This was a method that Han Shua had recently come up with. Even if the opponent was a high god, as long as the demon generals stayed far away from them, they wouldn't be discovered. However, once the demon generals started flying, even though they were incorporeal, they would create ripples in the air. Although mid-gods might not be able to detect the minute ripples, high gods would be able to keenly sense them and discover the existence of the demon generals. Once they arrived at the plain, it would be extremely difficult for the demon generals to entrench themselves in a concealed spot and remain motionless. There was simply nowhere to hide. With that being the case, Han Shuo could only use one demon general to tail them from afar while he himself was still a long distance away from the demon general. However, even with that, the three high gods discovered something amiss due to the demon generals constantly flying around. There seems to be something following us. Brovst softly cried out. The other two also nodded. It seemed that they too had discovered the anomaly. You guys go ahead. I'll stay and watch. Brovst said to the two after thinking for a moment. At such a moment, Galas and Stellan naturally wouldn't have any objections. They would love nothing more than for someone to stay and guard the rear. The two reminded Brovst to be careful and led the god hunters forward. However, Brovst stayed behind by himself. Soon, the demon general saw a blurry silhouette in the distance. Similarly, the demon general quickly stopped and didn't dare to go any further. Han Shuo, who was behind the demon general, also remained motionless. He was competing with Brovst in patience. After an hour, Brovst saw that there was nothing out of the ordinary and started to leave. This time, Han Shuo became even more cautious. He waited until Brovst was some distance away and the demon general could only vaguely see a shadow before he followed. Chapter 733. Thanks to Brovst's previous warning, Han Shuo was even more cautious this time, fearing that Brovst would discover his demon general's tracks again. Fortunately, the plain wasn't particularly vast. It only took Han Shuo a day to traverse it. Then, he came across rolling mountains and bottomless cliffs. Those were the most suitable places for demon generals to hide. Han Shuo immediately increased his speed. On the 13th day, the group of god hunters arrived at a large valley that was enshrouded in mist and filled with swamps and odd-shaped rocks. Even before entering the valley, Han Shuo could see that there were hidden boundaries and several energy towers embedded in the towering ancient trees. Abnormally intense elemental undulations filled every corner of the valley. Silhouettes were hiding in the dark, silently observing every god hunter that entered the valley. After observing for a while with his demon generals, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that even Brovst, Galas, and Talon had lowered their statuses upon arriving at this place. Although they didn't go so far as to bow and scrape, they were still rather cautious when they faced the checkpoints along the way. Han Shuo was shocked by the scene. He thought that Brovst, Galas, and Talon were the three leaders of the God Hunter Alliance and that they should be high and mighty after returning to their headquarters. He didn't expect that this wasn't the case. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo was startled. This situation could only mean one thing: Brovst, Galas, and Galas weren't the highest-ranking people in the God Hunter Alliance. That was the only explanation for the trio's behavior in the valley. Brovst, Galas, and Galas were roughly mid-stage high gods. If they weren't the leaders of the God Hunter Alliance with such strength, then the God Hunter Alliance was simply too shocking. There were sentry posts all over the valley. The undulations generated by the energy towers covered the entire valley. Layers upon layers of boundaries covered every corner of the valley. With such a tight defense, there was no way that Han Shuo could enter. If a demon general were to pass through one of the boundaries, god hunters would immediately rush in from all directions. It wouldn't be easy for Han Shuo to escape. In addition, if Han Shuo's guess was correct, there might be late-stage high god existences in the valley. If a person of that level were to be alarmed, Han Shuo would be in great trouble. After carefully observing from the outside for a while, Han Shuo knew that it was impossible for him to sneak in quietly. For the sake of his own safety, Han Shuo finally decided to temporarily give up on exploring inside. The valley was no longer within the territory of the City of Shadows but between the City of Shadows and Mirage City. Han Shuo had investigated everything along the way and learned of this place. Perhaps in the future, he could seize the opportunity to level this place and consolidate his position in the City of Shadows. After making up his mind, Han Shuo did not hesitate any longer and quietly went back the way he came. After arriving at a safer area on the outskirts of the valley, Han Shuo spent a day memorizing the surroundings before he left the valley and flew in the direction of the City of Shadows. It had been nearly 2 months since Han Shuo, Andrina, and the others parted ways. The god hunters had given up on searching the valley. According to the agreement between Han Shuo and Andrina, they should be returning to the City of Shadows on airships if nothing unexpected happened. Han Shuo did not return to the valley to investigate but headed straight for the City of Shadows. During the journey, Han Shuo did not forget to gather medicinal ingredients for refining medicinal pellets. He was not in a hurry. As a result, Han Shuo spent close to 3 months on a journey that should have taken only 10 days to return to the City of Shadows. All the divine guards of the House of Saint recognized Han Shuo. As soon as Han Shuo appeared at the city gates, they respectfully greeted Han Shuo. "Goth, has anyone from our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy visited recently? Many of them are only demigods and their strengths are very low." Han Shuo nodded to a familiar divine guard with a smile and immediately inquired about Andrina and the others. "No, there haven't been any demigods who entered the city recently. As you know, demigods are generally not allowed to enter the City of Shadows unless they are guided by some special characters such as Mr. Brian. Only then are they allowed to live in the City of Shadows." Goth flattered Han Shuo in a manner that was neither too big nor too small. There was indeed such a rule in the City of Shadows. Generally speaking, outsiders who did not possess base god strength were not even qualified to enter the City of Shadows. Only the towns and cities outside the City of Shadows would take in such people. As those who had not reached base god realm could not even obtain a divine tablet, it would not be easy to manage them after entering the City of Shadows. Even if they died, they would not know whose body they belonged to. Of course, this rule was not absolute. Just as Goth had said, if those outsiders were relatives of large family clans or were under the protection of a noble person, there would naturally be no problem. Han Shuo's heart sank after hearing Goth's words. He stealthily handed a bottle of medicine of rejuvenation to Goth and smilingly said, "Can I trouble you to check on the other city gates and see if such a situation has occurred?" Goth's eyes lit up. He excitedly kept the bottle of medicine of rejuvenation and immediately replied, "Wait a moment, I will immediately ask around for you." Upon finishing those words, Goth hastily left. A few minutes later, Goth walked down from an energy tower. He shook his head at Han Shuo and said, "I'm sorry. I have checked and there has not been such a situation in the past 6 months." "Thank you." Han Shuo was rather worried but he still walked into the City of Shadows. If there were no mishaps, Andrina and the others should have returned to the City of Shadows 2 months ago. Han Shuo started to worry that they had not returned after such a long time. Although Andrina possessed extraordinary strength and should be very safe on the journey without the obstruction of god hunters, Han Shuo still felt rather uneasy. Han Shuo returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with worries and worries. Through Akeley and Gu Li, Han Shuo quickly learned about the recent situation in the City of Shadows. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been doing well during this period of time. They were raking in a considerable amount of crystal coins every day. More pharmacists and all kinds of personnel had joined the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy during this period of time. With new recruits joining the 3 branch divisions, they had smoothly opened for business. The position of Chief of the 5th Corps was still vacant. Although all the major family clans were drooling over the position, they could not find any trace of Avery. It seemed that the position would remain vacant for the rest of their lives if they could not kill Avery and take his head. The House of Lavers had become more and more low-key. Members of the House of Lavers even avoided certain activities in the City of Shadows as much as possible. Other than Patriarch Field, who remained loyal to the House of Lavers, many members of the House of Lavers had left the City of Shadows using all kinds of excuses. This caused the House of Lavers to rapidly decline. Carmelita had visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy twice. She did not say much after seeing that Wallace had not returned. She only told Akeley to look for her at the Saint residence if he returned. Recently, the House of Saint had been cracking down on god hunters within their borders. The god hunters had been running rampant in the City of Shadows. This had greatly enraged Wallace. He believed that the existence of god hunters had become a threat to the daily commerce in the City of Shadows. He had dispatched divine guards from the 1st and 2nd Corps to hunt down those god hunters. The other 3 major family clans had also sent representatives to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to inquire when he would be producing new medicines. Ridgersea, who had previously had a misunderstanding with Han Shua, would purchase a large amount of medicines every time he visited. Not only would he not haggle, but he would also leave behind large amounts of crystal coins. Everyone knew what kind of intentions he had. Andrina hasn't returned. Did she send any news? Han Shua bunched his brows and asked after Akeley recounted the recent situation. No news at all. Akeley looked at Han Shua in a strange manner and asked, "Didn't you leave with her? She didn't come back with you. Why are you asking about me?" "We ran into an accident on our way back. We split up and came back." Han Shua was rather vexed and therefore did not explain in detail to Akeley. However, Akeley did not pursue the matter. He smilingly consoled Han Shua, "Don't worry. Andrina possesses great strength. What could possibly happen to her?" If Andrina was alone, why would Han Shua be so worried? What Han Shua was worried about was the group of people she had brought with her. While on Profound Continent, they were characters who could summon the wind and summon the rain. On Elysium, they were like defenseless infants. Every youngster from an ordinary village had the strength to kill them. "Forget it, I'm going to look for Carmelita. Perhaps I can ask her about the situation." Han Shua did not explain. After informing Akeley that he was leaving, he headed towards the Saint residence. Han Shua could be considered as a regular visitor of the Saint residence. When those divine guards saw Han Shua, they would bow and greet him. When they heard that Han Shua was looking for Carmelita, they immediately led Han Shua to the gymnasium. A few guests have arrived in the City of Shadows. Miss Carmelita is currently sparring with them in the gymnasium, that divine guard explained to Han Shua smilingly as he led Han Shua to the gymnasium. What kind of guests are they? Even Carmelita is personally accompanying them? Han Shua temporarily cast aside the worries in his heart and asked about the situation with the divine guard. They are from the other 2 dominions. Our dominions of darkness, death, and destruction formed the Calamity Church. However, we from the Darkness Dominion joined the church later. It is said that the guests this time are from major family clans of the Death and Destruction Dominions. Their status in the church is slightly higher than that of the Saint residence, the divine guard explained in a low voice. Han Shua was slightly startled after hearing those words. He did not expect that people from major family clans of the 2 dominions would come to the City of Shadows. What were they doing in the City of Shadows? The gymnasium of the Saint residence was more well-equipped. There were 8 energy towers scattered in every corner of the gymnasium. They formed 5 layers of powerful boundaries to protect the gymnasium. This was to prevent the gymnasium from being overwhelmed by the divine energy unleashed by those inside. Han Shua saw Carmelita at first glance. Carmelita had a rather impatient look on her face. She was sitting at a corner and observing the fight between the 2 with her brows bunched. There was a man and a woman in the gymnasium. Both were very young. The man had shoulder-length, grayish-white hair that was trimmed and fluttered in the wind. He wore a greenish-gray divine armor with a pattern of 3 withered bones on the back of the armor. It should be the insignia of his family clan. Just like Carmelita, he possessed early-stage high god strength. However, he cultivated in the energy of death. The woman had long brown hair that was tied into a bun. She appeared to be someone's wife. Although her looks were average, she had an air of grace and elegance about her. It was clear that she had an extraordinary background. She cultivated in the energy of darkness and was also an early-stage high god. Throughout the fight, she had been on the defensive with a smile on her face. She had calmly dealt with the young man's attacks without showing any signs of losing. All right. Sister Charlotte is obviously going easy on you. Portlam, are you done yet? Carmelita was getting more and more impatient after watching for a while. She suddenly yelled. The young man who cultivated in the energy of death chuckled and immediately stopped his attacks. He bowed slightly at the young woman and said, "Sister Charlotte, to be able to maintain such a state after getting married, I am truly impressed. Whether I get married or not, what does it have to do with my strength regressing?" Charlotte giggled and praised, "Kid, you have improved a lot over the years. Even I have a headache dealing with you now. This is the result of my diligent cultivation." The young man named Portlam smiled. He shot a glance at the impatient Carmelita, shook his head and clicked his tongue in wonder. "I really didn't expect that even you have changed so much. Carmelita, I don't even fear you anymore. I still remember the first time I saw you. I thought you were a foreigner." "Shut up, Portlam. You always give me the urge to tear your lips apart." Carmelita cursed and coldly said, "Don't think that I can't do anything to you now that you have become a high god. I'm a guest. You can't be as impulsive as you used to be, right?" Portlam chuckled. He did not appear to be afraid of Carmelita at all. He reckoned that after becoming a high god, he would be able to handle Carmelita's attacks. "Miss Carmelita, Brian is looking for you." It was at this moment that the divine guard who brought Han Shua here softly called out from the door. Carmelita, who was about to attack Portlam, immediately turned her head to look at the entrance when she heard the divine guard's voice. She saw that Han Shua was indeed there. She smilingly waved her hand and said, "Brian, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to two people." Nodding his head, Han Shua wore a smile on his face as he calmly walked towards the two. When he walked towards them, Portlam and Charlotte stopped their conversation and turned their attention to Han Shua. The two wore friendly smiles on their faces and nodded at Han Shua from afar. Han Shua returned the greeting. "This is Portlam from the Batchelder family of the Death Dominion. This is Charlotte from the Brackner family of the Destruction Dominion. Oh, Charlotte used to be from our Mirage City in the Darkness Dominion, but she has now married into the Brackner family. Hee, the two of them are very interested in your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. One of the reasons they came here with their family members is to purchase some of the medicines you personally refined." Carmelita explained smilingly. "Hee, the two of them are very interested in your pharmacy. Greetings to the two of you." Han Shua smilingly nodded and said, "It just so happens that I have a batch of medicinal ingredients on hand. You have come at the right time. I will be able to refine new medicinal ingredients in 2 months. If the two of you haven't left the city by then, I will reserve some for you." Although the medicines personally refined by Han Shua were notoriously expensive in the City of Shadows, they were always in high demand and could be sold out on the same day. The two had been in the City of Shadows for some time and had obviously heard about this. They immediately expressed their gratitude after hearing Han Shua's words. The Batchelder family of the Death Dominion and the Brackner family of the Destruction Dominion, like the House of Saint, were extremely ancient family clans. As they resided in the Death and Destruction Dominions, their influence on the Calamity Church was slightly greater than that of the Saint family. Having the two family clans purchase medicines from him would be the best publicity for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As long as they obtained the medicines and experienced their miraculous effects, even more large family clans from the two dominions would come to the City of Shadows to purchase his medicines. By then, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would become even more famous. They might even have branches in various cities like the God Swamp Pharmacy. It was precisely because of his long-term vision that Han Shua agreed to the request without hesitation. "Thank you very much. We will be staying in the City of Shadows for at least half a year. We will be there to support you on the day you finish refining the medicines." Charlotte immediately thanked Han Shua smilingly. "Yes, the price is definitely not a problem," Portlam immediately promised. However, his eyes when he looked at Han Shua seemed to be flickering, as though he was trying to avoid something. All right, carry on. Do whatever you want. I have something to discuss with Brian in private." Carmelita waved her hand and dragged Brian away. Both Portlam and Charlotte noticed Carmelita's unbridled attitude towards Han Shua. The two stared blankly for a moment before they realized something. Portlam put on a cold smile and said disdainfully, "No wonder. I was wondering how he could climb up the ranks so quickly in the City of Shadows. So this is the reason." Humph, this youngster actually clenched his teeth and tried to get close to Carmelita in order to achieve his goal. He is not to be underestimated. Charlotte bunched her brows and looked at Portlam in displeasure. She said, "What are you talking about? We should be happy that Carmelita has found a good husband. Besides, this fella can refine such miraculous medicines. He will be welcomed no matter where he goes. He might not be what you think he is. No matter how I look at him, he's just a guy who lives off a woman." Portlam put on a mocking smile and praised, "But to be able to live off a woman like Carmelita, this youngster is really different from the rest. I'm starting to admire him a little. This fella is really a patient character. You better be careful. Don't think that I don't know what you did on the way here. Those people said that they were from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, but you still dared to attack them. You attacked them, but you failed to apprehend them and let them escape. Let's see what you will do if they return to the City of Shadows." Charlotte coldly groaned. "Damn it, how would I know that little girl is so perverted?" After being reprimanded by Charlotte, Portlam cursed fiercely. It seemed like he had suffered a small loss. Chapter 734. There were many small rooms on the gymnasium. Carmelita dragged Han Shuo to a secluded corner and asked in a low voice, "Why were you gone for so long?" "I was delayed by some people on the way. That's why I've only returned now." Han Shuo casually explained before he asked, "Oh right, you came to my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy twice. Did something happen?" "Of course." Carmelita replied, "The first time I visited you was to tell you to leave some of the medicines you refined for those two fellas. The second time I visited you was about Andrina. Have you been separated from her?" Han Shuo's heart sank when he heard Carmelita mention Andrina. He nodded and replied, "That's right, I have indeed been separated from Andrina." "How did you know?" "Andrina seems to have run into some trouble and is slightly injured. She contacted the local divine guards in Fort Vaca and had someone send me a message. She said that while you were distracting the god hunters, she was bringing your friends to the City of Shadows. She ran into some trouble and was slightly injured. She told you not to worry for the time being and that she will bring your friends back safely." "Andrina is injured?" Han Shuo's expression changed. He hastily asked, "What else did she say? Did she say who injured her?" "No," Carmelita replied straightforwardly. Carmelita said straightforwardly, "She only told me to tell you not to worry, that your friends are fine." Han Shuo's face turned gloomy. He asked in a low voice, "I have clearly lured the god hunters away. How could Andrina be injured in the City of Shadows? Who exactly did she run into?" "The major family clans in the City of Shadows know that Andrina is a member of my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Logically speaking, they wouldn't do anything to her. Other than those major family clans, who else in the City of Shadows could injure Andrina? This is very strange. Don't worry, Andrina said that she will be fine. She will return safely to the City of Shadows after some time." Carmelita consoled. "Yes, I know." Han Shuo nodded and said to Carmelita, "Thank you. If Andrina has any other messages for you, remember to inform me." "I understand," Carmelita agreed. "Alright, I'll go back and refine the medicine. It might take a while." Han Shuo had no intention of staying any longer after learning about the situation from Carmelita. He notified Carmelita and returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The reason Andrina had sent a message to Carmelita was because she knew of Carmelita's influence in the City of Shadows. Besides, she trusted Carmelita. Most of the people in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were pharmacists. The only combat expert was Akeley. Unfortunately, Akeley's strength was too weak. Even if she sent a message to him, it would be useless. On his way back to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo was hesitating whether he should look for Andrina. After much consideration, Han Shuo decided to stay in the City of Shadows for the time being. The City of Shadows was vast and it would be difficult to search for someone amidst the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. Besides, Han Shuo had no way of ascertaining which region Andrina was in. If he were to search for Andrina recklessly, the chances of him finding her would be very slim. In the end, Han Shuo decided to stay in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for the time being. He had confidence in Andrina's strength. Since she said that she could bring Fanny and the others safely back to the City of Shadows, Han Shuo believed that she could do it. Han Shuo would ask Andrina about the accident that happened on the way back to the City of Shadows. The news of Han Shuo's return to the City of Shadows was quickly made known to all the family clans. When they heard that Han Shuo was going to personally refine new medicines, they sent people to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to reserve them. In no time at all, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was filled with an endless stream of people. Even the medicines refined by ordinary pharmacists were sold. At present, Han Shuo's room was equipped with a specialized pill refining chamber. There were large cabinets that could store all kinds of medicinal ingredients. The plentiful medicine refining utensils were merely for decoration. Han Shuo declined all distractions and focused on refining new medicines in the pill refining chamber. While Han Shuo was calming down to refine new medicines, his two avatars inside the cauldron of myriad demon were not idling around either. After absorbing the divine energy from the god hunters' bodies, the two avatars had made progress. His avatar of destruction was on the verge of breaking through to mid-god realm. The divine energy in his body was sufficient and all that was left was an epiphany. His avatar of death seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to mid-god realm very soon. This made Han Shuo very happy. He thought to himself that if he ever lacked divine energy in the future, killing god hunters would be a shortcut for him to make rapid progress. When that time came, he would go to those vast mountain ranges and hunt god hunters of the same energy to accumulate enough divine energy. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. After all the new medicines were refined, Han Shuo officially came out of seclusion. In 2 months, his avatar of death had successfully broken through to mid-god realm. However, his avatar of destruction had yet to break through to mid-god realm. If only he could fuse with the divine soul of a mid-god of destruction, the speed of his breakthrough would be much faster. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His avatar of death had once fused with the divine soul of a mid-god in the void. As long as he had sufficient divine energy to support him, he would be able to make a breakthrough without much effort. After attaining the divine realm, one's understanding of one's energy was of utmost importance. Even if one had sufficient divine energy, one would not be able to make a breakthrough after every breakthrough. Unfortunately, Han Shuo's good days were coming to an end. The divine soul of a mid-god that his avatar of death had fused with was merely a mid-stage mid-god of death. In other words, if Han Shuo's avatar of death wished to make any progress, he would have to rely on himself to comprehend the energy of death. That was as far as he could go with the divine soul he had fused with. Not long after Han Shuo walked out of the pellet refinement lab, he discovered that many divine guards from major family clans had gathered outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. When they had nothing to do, they would stroll around the pharmacy and buy some ordinary medicines. When they saw Han Shuo walk out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they were indescribably excited. They hastily rushed over to Han Shuo and saluted him, expressing their eagerness for Han Shuo's medicines on behalf of the higher-ups of their family clans. In 3 days, the medicines that I personally refined will be on sale in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Tell your family clans to buy them, Han Shuo said loudly when he saw that a dozen divine guards had surrounded him. Upon hearing those words, the divine guards retreated one after another and disappeared from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It seemed that they were in a hurry to return to their masters to report the situation. After those people left, Han Shuo immediately notified Anito and asked him to spread the word that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be selling the medicines he had personally refined in 3 days. This time, not only were they targeted at the major family clans, but as long as one had enough crystal coins, any god who came early could purchase the medicine with the black crystal coins they had on hand. Han Shua intended to thoroughly spread the fame of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, suppressing all the pharmacies in the City of Shadows in one fell swoop. This way, he would make the name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy reverberate like thunder in everyone's ears. Those gods and outsiders who purchased Han Shua's medicines would certainly spread the fame of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as they traveled to various divine dominions. This would bring direct benefits to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although Anaito's strength was average, he was an expert when it came to such matters. With his help, every region in the City of Shadows was covered in brochures. In no time at all, many gods in seclusion learned of the news. The sale of Han Shua's medicines immediately became a grand occasion in the City of Shadows. Not only did the residents of the city express their strong interest, but many gods from other cities and those who came to trade were also talking about the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with the help of the residents of the city. 3 days later, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was packed with people. It was as though all the people in the City of Shadows had gathered in this place. There were people as far as the eye could see. Some were in groups of family clans, some were in individual groups, and some were in groups of 3 to 5. They were roaming around the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Even before the medicines refined by Han Shua were ready to be sold, the ordinary medicines sold in the store had already been sold for 50 to 60,000 black crystal coins. Everyone in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was bustling with activity. They were hastily tallying the sales and displaying the new medicines. Han Shua stood on top of the tallest building in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He lowered his head and looked at the endless stream of people below. He thought to himself, if every time the medicines I personally refined could become a grand occasion in the City of Shadows, it would be a great achievement. Han Shua was in no hurry to display the medicines he personally refined. He continued to wait patiently. When it was noon, Han Shua instructed Gu Li, "It's about time. Put the medicines I personally refined up for sale. What about the people from the large family clans? Don't tell me they have to queue up like ordinary people." Gu Li hesitated for a moment before she asked with uncertainty. "Of course not. Go and make the arrangements immediately. Bring the leaders of those large family clans to the banquet hall where the pharmacists' gathering was held. These people from large family clans naturally have to be treated differently. After all, they are the main purchasers of my medicines, and on a long-term basis." Han Shua instructed smilingly. Gu Li nodded after hearing Han Shua's instructions and replied, "I understand." Gu Li called out to the crowd before she left. The medicines that had been prepared long ago were placed in the cabinets that had long been empty. The crowd who had been waiting for a long time cheered loudly when they finally saw the medicines refined by Han Shua being served. There was no lack of wealthy people among these people. Having heard many rumors about the genius pharmacist Han Shua, they were willing to spend large sums of money on medicines that Han Shua had personally refined. Suddenly, the interior of the store became unbearably crowded, especially in the area where Han Shua had personally refined medicines. It was so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Inside a private banquet hall, a large oval table was placed at the center of the hall. Fine wine and delicacies were placed on top of it. All the influential people in the City of Shadows were gathered here. Portlam and Charlotte were among those who received the news. It was at this moment that Rugersi, who was standing in front of the door, looked at Han Shua rather awkwardly and said, that, it's been so long. Mr. Brian wouldn't still hold a grudge against me, would he?" During this period of time, Rugersi had spent a lot of money on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in order to improve his relationship with Han Shua. He would often send people to deliver small gifts to Han Shua as an apology for the incident. Rugersi had been humbling himself in front of Han Shua for a long time. Today, even Andre started to speak up for him. "Brian, just let it go. It's not easy for Rugersi to do what he did. Today is an auspicious day for your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Give me some face and let the matter go." In fact, Han Shua had long since given up on the matter. He nodded after hearing Andre's words. When Rugersi saw Han Shua nod, he immediately walked in with a beaming face. He found a seat, filled his glass with wine, raised his glass to Han Shuo from afar and said, "Cheers." Ridgersea had expressed sufficient sincerity. Han Shuo had no choice but to give him face in front of so many people. He also raised his glass and drained it. Then, he smilingly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, from today onwards, I will only personally refine medicines once every 5 years. This time, only 3/10 of the medicines will be sold outside. The rest will be prepared for you." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo clapped his hands. Enormous glass containers were pushed out. Inside the containers were bottles of medicines of various colors. They were neatly arranged and their prices were obvious at a glance. The members of the major family clans stood up excitedly and hastily crowded around. At the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Andrina and a group of people were stunned when they saw the endless stream of people. "Andrina, is this Brian's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Emily asked the little girl beside her in astonishment. Andrina nodded and put on a faint smile. She replied, "Yeah, isn't it awesome? It's so lively. It's as though everyone in the City of Shadows is here. How did Brian do it? How did he attract so many people?" Phoebe softly cried out and said, "I remember that Brian isn't particularly good at doing business. How did he become so awesome on Elysium? It's because the medicines he refined are awesome." Angelina explained, "Brian is a famous genius pharmacist in the City of Shadows. All the large family clans in the City of Shadows would fight over the medicines he personally refined. Judging from the situation today, I reckon that he has started selling the medicines he personally refined again." Andrina had been with Han Shuo for some time. After some observation, she immediately guessed the truth. "Ah, it's Miss Angelina. Come in quickly." He turned his body sideways and gestured for Andrina to enter. "Follow me, everyone. Let's go find Brian." Andrina nodded and led the way inside. The crowd followed behind her. "Everyone, follow me. Let's go find Brian." Andrina nodded and led the way inside. Fanny and the others were amazed by the scene they saw along the way. They did not expect that Han Shuo would have such a huge business on Elysium. Chapter 735. Andrina could be considered as half an owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Everyone here recognized her. Anito forcibly parted the crowd and led Andrina and her party straight into the center of the city. Anito sized up Emily and her party behind Andrina in a rather puzzled manner. As a mid-god, Anito could tell at a glance that these people possessed meager strength. He could not understand why Andrina, who possessed unfathomable strength, would bring such a group of people with her. "Hey, Andrina, you're back." Akeley, who was standing lazily in front of the entrance, saw Andrina among the crowd and shouted from afar, "Where's Brian?" Angelina waved her hand at the people behind her and walked over to Akeley's side. She immediately asked when she reached Akeley's side. "Brian is in the banquet hall with the members of the major family clans. He should be distributing the newly refined medicines. Are you in a hurry to find him?" Akeley asked. "Got it." Andrina pointed at the group behind her and instructed Akeley, "Help them settle down first. They are Brian's friends. Do not neglect them." After saying those words to Akeley in an overbearing manner of an old man, Angelina turned her head around and said to Fanny and the other women smilingly, "Rest well, sisters. This is the City of Shadows. There will be no more accidents." The group had been on tenterhooks along the way. They must have suffered quite a lot of setbacks. After hearing Andrina's words, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Statholm the old monster gazed at the bustling crowd with reverence. He said to Ermike in a low voice, "Look at these people. Every one of them possesses an incredibly powerful aura. They should all be low gods at the very least. On this continent, we need to improve our strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if Brian were to take us in, we would not be able to do much without sufficient strength." Ermike nodded in agreement and replied in a deep voice, "That's right. We are not like those girls. We don't have such deep feelings for Brian. If I become his burden, even if he doesn't chase me away, I won't have the face to stay. These characters, who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the profound continent, were obviously agitated by the intimidation of so many experts. Although they had also been agitated along the way, they had never experienced such a scene where so many experts had gathered. When they discovered that everyone around them could squash them like ants with just a flick of a finger, the feeling of grievance in their hearts was too strong. So it's Brian's friends. Come, come, come. I've arranged a place for you. Ah, our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has a lot of empty rooms. Akeley laughed heartily and led Statholm, Emily, and the others away. Those demigods and base gods who sensed Akeley's intention did not waste any time after they were settled down. They immediately began to cultivate and gather the elements, not letting go of any opportunity to improve their strength. Andrina did not leave with them. Instead, she went to the banquet hall that was used to entertain the major families. Everyone, are you all satisfied with the distribution? In the banquet hall, Han Shuo pushed the medicines he had prepared to each major family clan according to their strength and asked smilingly. Every family clan representative had a large pile of medicines in front of them. They were all beaming with joy and nodding their heads to express their satisfaction. Bags of black crystal coins were generously thrown in front of Han Shuo. The black crystal coins piled up like a small hill. After the crowd expressed their satisfaction, Han Shuo smilingly put away the bags of black crystal coins. As he had refined more medicinal pellets this time, Han Shuo roughly estimated that he had obtained nearly 300,000 black crystal coins. This was no small sum. Everyone, since everyone has obtained the amount they are satisfied with, I propose a toast to celebrate. André smilingly raised his cup. His voice gradually spread throughout the banquet hall. Everyone gave André face. Upon hearing André's suggestion, they all smiled and raised their cups, indicating to André and Han Shuo. Cough, cough. Suddenly, an untimely cough was heard. It was as if someone had choked on alcohol. The people who were smiling and drinking turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw Portlam coughing non-stop. His face was flushed red. It seemed that he had indeed choked on alcohol. He was patting his chest and looking in the direction of the door with a rather unsightly expression. The crowd was puzzled. They followed his line of sight and suddenly saw a little girl with a frosty expression standing at the door. Andrina! Han Shuo cried out in pleasant surprise, "It's great that you're all right. I've been worried about your safety. I heard from Carmelita that you seem to have met with an accident on the way here. What happened?" Andrina did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question. Instead, she looked at Portlam coldly and walked towards him step by step. She was brimming with killing intent and anyone could tell what she was about to do. The people present were no fools. From the expressions on Andrina and Portlam's faces, they could immediately guess that there was a grudge between the two, especially Han Shuo. His face immediately turned dark and his cold gaze swept across Portlam's body. I don't know his name, but on the way back to the City of Shadows, he was the one who coveted the beauty of a few older sisters. When he saw that our strengths were weak, he tried to rob us. This man also has an uncle with extraordinary strength. With him and a few divine guards, we nearly lost our lives. Andrina looked at Han Shuo and said in a cold voice after walking to Portlam's side. Han Shuo's face turned unsightly. His eyes were like unsheathed swords that shot straight at Portlam. He softly asked, "Young Master Portlam, is that right?" "Brian, there's been a misunderstanding. I didn't know that they were from your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Those people didn't even possess demigod or base god strengths. They were either young or old. There were even a few women. How would I know that they were from your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Portlam put on a bitter smile and hastily explained. "I remember saying the name of Celestial Pearl to avoid any misunderstandings. As a high god, how could you not have heard it?" Andrina raised her brows and shouted coldly. As soon as she finished those words, Andrina suddenly made her move. A curtain of dazzling light flew out from her body. She turned into a streak of light and streaked towards Portlam. Portlam, who was about to explain himself, jolted when he saw Andrina suddenly making her move. His robe suddenly shattered, revealing a divine armor with 3 segments of dried bones. Portlam knew that Andrina possessed extraordinary strength. He immediately defended with all his might. He poured his divine energy of death into the divine armor. The divine armor turned the color of bones and formed several layers of defensive force fields. At the same time, Portlam waved his 2 hands. His divine energy of death condensed into a white bone shield that covered everything in front of him. Bang! The dazzling curtain of light that Andrina made her move collided with the white bone shield. Andrina's strength was much stronger than Portlam's. Crack! The white bone shield completely shattered. Andrina seized the opportunity and pressed her tender little hand on Portlam's chest. Pow! 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 Portlam kept retreating. His face was sickly pale. Crack! Han Shua, who was holding a wine glass in his hand, took advantage of Portlam's retreat to suddenly close in on him. The shattered wine glass pierced into Portlam's back and sent him staggering forward. Angelina's sudden attack and Han Shua's sneak attack happened in the blink of an eye. There were quite a few high gods in the banquet hall. But unfortunately for them, none of them expected that Angelina and Han Shua would be so impulsive. They attacked the moment they disagreed with each other, and they did not even care about sneak attacks. Stop! By the time Andre cried out, Andrina and Han Shua had already launched their attacks. Portlam took the opportunity to retreat to Charlotte's side. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale and unsightly. His calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen. His eyes were filled with viciousness. Whoosh! Angelina took advantage of the situation and thrust herself into the gap between Charlotte and Portlam. She raised her hand and struck at Portlam. Han Shua wore a callous face. His body swayed a few times and left a long and narrow blurry shadow. He too did not listen to Andre's instructions and attacked Portlam from the side. Brian, calm down. Let's figure out what's going on first. Andre shouted in a deep voice and pounced at Portlam. Andrina and Han Shua remained unmoved. They kept their eyes fixed on Portlam. However, Charlotte, who was on the other side, suddenly made a move to help Portlam stop Andrina. The two were fully prepared. They faced Andrina's attack as though they were facing a formidable foe. They completely ignored Han Shua's sneak attack from behind. In the eyes of Charlotte and Portlam, Andrina was the truly terrifying character. As for Han Shua, he was the kind that could be completely ignored. Han Shua's sneak attack did not leave any serious injuries on Portlam's body. The trickle of blood from Portlam's mouth was left behind by Andrina. Charlotte and Portlam were focused on attacking Andrina alone. Their backs were wide open and they paid no attention to Han Shua's arrival. By this time, Andre had already pounced at Portlam. His goal was to stop Andrina and he paid no attention to Han Shua. The corners of Han Shua's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He stretched out his hand at lightning speed and pressed it against Portlam's back. In an instant, Cauldron Spirit's energy surged into Han Shua's body. A terrifying energy violently blasted into Portlam's back. It was the same position as before, but this time, Cauldron Spirit's energy was added. Pow! Portlam's body suddenly flew into the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When Ridgersea saw that Portlam was flying towards him, he hastily extended his hand to intercept him. Suddenly, an enormous force assaulted him. Ridgersea was startled. He took a few steps back before he came to a halt. Boo, Brian! Ridgersea stared at Han Shua as though he had seen a ghost. His face was filled with disbelief. When Ridgersea caught Portlam, he experienced the terror of that energy. Naturally, he knew that the energy did not originate from Portlam. If worst comes to worst, I'll go to another dominion and start over. Even if I can't stay in the Calamity Church anymore, I'll at most go to the Space Dominion or the Destiny Dominion. Han Shuo had this realization the moment he'd made his move. Everyone stop him. If Portlam dies in the City of Shadows, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Andre hastily shouted when he saw that Han Shuo remained unmoved. He really did not expect that Han Shuo, who was usually courteous to him, would be so unscrupulous and disrespectful when he attacked. This fella is even more dangerous than Andrina. I've been with him for so long and yet I didn't notice it. How frightening. No wonder Avery failed to kill him twice. This fella is even more ruthless than Avery. Andre thought to himself. His loud shout woke up everyone in the banquet hall. Portlam's family clan was renowned in the Death Dominion. If he were to die in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint would be put in a difficult position. Therefore, those who were stunned by Han Shuo hastily tried to stop Han Shuo. Brian, calm down. Brian, let's talk this out. Everything can be discussed. Everything can be discussed. They were shouting and yelling. Portlam was thrown away by Ridgersea. When those who caught him saw that Han Shuo was charging at them, they immediately threw Portlam away. Blood was flowing out of Portlam's mouth. He was dizzy from being thrown around. When he saw that Han Shuo was chasing after him, the fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper. God damn it, is this fella a lunatic? He knows who I am and yet he still dares to attack me so recklessly. This damned fella is too treacherous. He didn't even use his full strength in his first attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so defenseless. Why are there so many lunatics in this Celestial Pearl Pharmacy? Portlam's head was spinning and he screamed in his mind. Brian, your body can't hold on much longer. Cauldron's spirit transmitted to Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo sighed helplessly in his mind. He suddenly stopped and shouted, Andrina, stop. Why? Andrina glared at the two without turning her head. We can't kill him. Han Shuo said helplessly. Andrina coldly groaned and retreated to Han Shuo's side. She stared coldly at Portlam who had returned to Ridgersea's hand and said, I'll remember you. Lord Andre, what do you plan to do? Han Shuo took a deep breath, looked at Andre, and asked. You scoundrel, sigh, I don't even know what to say to you. Andre said hatefully. His face was filled with embarrassment. Andre waved his hand and ordered, Ridgersea, bring Portlam to the Saint residence immediately. Wait, tell him to leave my medicines behind. I'm not doing business with him. Andre casually threw a bag of crystal coins and flew towards Ridgersea. Ridgersea looked at Andre with an awkward expression and asked, and you? Another bag of crystal coins was thrown out and landed right at Charlotte's feet. Charlotte's expression was extremely ugly. She cursed Portlam in her heart. She wanted to say something, but when she recalled how shameless Portlam was, she could only sigh helplessly. She took out the potions she had kept and silently placed them on the table in front of her. She picked up the bag of crystal coins and walked towards Portlam. She asked Portlam to take out the potions as well. Then, she left with Portlam and Ridgersea. If it weren't for the fact that I can't hold on for too long, don't even think about leaving here alive. Han Shuo coldly groaned in his mind as he watched Portlam leave. Brian, I think it's time for us to have a good talk. Andre said with a bitter smile. He said, you and Andrina are very strange. The way you use your energy is very unique. I'm just curious, that's all. It's a kind of energy similar to fighting aura. I've been cultivating it since I was a child. Han Shuo thought for a moment before he gave a simple explanation. As for exactly what kind of energy it is, I'm not too sure either. My master didn't explain it in detail when he imparted it to me. He only said that this energy can only be cultivated by those with special constitutions. An average person wouldn't be able to understand or practice it. Han Shuo continued to lie. That's strange. Andre said in astonishment. Master, what you're doing today isn't appropriate. If the exalted demon lord's enemies discover that you're cultivating in demonic arts, they will definitely kill you before you become strong enough. Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo through his consciousness. I know. But I really wanted to kill Portlam today. Han Shuo said to Cauldron Spirit, this universe is so vast. The chances of me running into that person are very slim, especially when my strength is so weak. That kind of person wouldn't pay attention to me. I think there won't be any problems for the time being. You better be more careful next time. Try not to use demonic arts unless absolutely necessary. If you use it too much, you will inevitably attract the attention of others. Cauldron Spirit kept silent for a moment before it said to Han Shuo, based on my speculation, that person hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. Although the exalted demon lord has completely dissipated from this world, the exalted demon lord must have inflicted serious injuries on that person before his death. He probably hasn't recovered even now. But we still have to be cautious. Got it? Han Shuo replied. According to his original plan, Han Shuo wouldn't use demonic arts rashly. If he did, he wouldn't let his opponent live. However, today's situation was special. When he heard that Fanny and the others had nearly fallen into Portlam's hands, Han Shuo couldn't control himself for a moment. That was why he acted recklessly. Although Han Shuo knew that doing so would bring him some trouble, he didn't think too much about it at that time. The only thought in his mind was to kill Portlam. Now that it had happened, Han Shuo could only learn from his mistake and try his best to make up for it. But after hearing from Cauldron Spirit that the person hadn't recovered, Han Shuo felt a little more relieved. Forget it. Since you aren't willing to say anything, I won't force you. Andre shook his head and sighed when he saw that Han Shuo was silent. He stood up and continued, but don't worry. As long as Portlam isn't dead, there is still room for negotiation. Brian, there are actually some benefits to you for suddenly displaying such formidable strength. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and asked, what benefits? With this, my elder brother will value you even more. If you didn't possess such strength, my elder brother might sacrifice you for the sake of the bigger picture. After all, a pharmacist is just a pharmacist. To my elder brother, who only cares about the strong, a high god is far less important. But now, it's different. All I have to do is go back and tell my elder brother about what happened today. Given the importance of you and Andrina, my elder brother will do his utmost to protect you, even if he doesn't care about Andrina. Andre guaranteed, therefore, you don't have to leave the City of Shadows. You don't have to worry about this matter. Our House of Saint will cover it up for you. After taking a short pause, Andre looked at Han Shuo and said, but you have to promise me that you will not attack Portlam while in the City of Shadows. Portlam's uncle isn't here today. Otherwise, he would cause a huge ruckus. If you really can't forgive Portlam, you will have to wait until Portlam leaves the City of Shadows. Then, you can find a way to resolve it yourself. Portlam had been gravely injured today. To Han Shuo, it could be said that he had vented his resentment. After hearing Andre's solemn instructions, Han Shuo, who had calmed down, pondered for a moment before he finally nodded and sincerely said, Lord Andre, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I had lost my rationality back then. I understand. Andre said smilingly. But in his heart, he thought, you were calm and composed when you killed someone. How did you lose your rationality? Then I won't be seeing you off. Han Shuo bowed as an apology. Andre nodded smilingly and left Han Shuo with a few more words of advice before leaving the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Han Shuo left, Andrina came in from outside and asked, Brian, are we leaving the City of Shadows? Han Shuo shook his head and replied in a deep voice, not for now. Let's see how things go first. If we don't leave now, it will be too late for the House of Saint to take us down and give Portlam an explanation. Andrina bunched her brows and said, if the House of Saint really wants to do that, it's too late for us to leave now. Han Shuo took a short pause before he asked, "What's going on?" 20 days after we separated, I protected them with a boundary and went out to scout the situation. I discovered that all the god hunters had disappeared. I knew that you must have lured the god hunters away, so I brought them back to the City of Shadows. When we passed by a town, I used 20,000 black crystal coins to purchase an airship and flew them to the City of Shadows. When we passed by a valley on our way, we ran into that fella's airship that was headed for the City of Shadows. Although Fanny and the other elder sisters possessed very weak strength, every one of them was exceptionally good-looking. They were rare beauties even on Elysium. That guy saw that our group was weak, so he had evil thoughts. Fortunately, they didn't discover my true strength. When they weren't paying attention, I made a move and destroyed their flying bats. It wasn't easy for me to escape with them. Because I was injured, before I recovered, I was afraid of encountering any accidents on the way, so I rested for a while before I came back on the airship. That's the gist of the matter. Angelina gave a brief account of what happened. I'm going to check on Fanny and the others. Here, take this bag of black crystal coins. Use it to heal your injuries. Han Shuo tossed a bag of black crystal coins to Andrina and headed to the room where Fanny and the others were staying. Thanks to his demon generals, Han Shuo knew where Akeley had arranged for Fanny and the others to stay. He quickly arrived at their rooms and comforted them with a few words of comfort and, of course, a few gentle caresses. Only when he was satisfied with their service did Han Shuo dare to leave. The next day, Han Shuo brought Phoebe, Emily, and the others to introduce them to Gu Li, Akeley, and the others. He also told them about the situation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Phoebe was an expert in management back on Profound Continent. She was very interested in the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo knew that Phoebe was an expert in management and therefore recommended to Gu Li that Phoebe intervene in the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although Emily wasn't as good as Phoebe in management, she was also talented in recruiting and recognizing talents. The fact that she was able to climb to a high position in the Dark Mantle was sufficient proof that Emily was a capable person. When she saw that Phoebe wanted to intervene in the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, she volunteered to help Han Shuo. Han Shuo really wasn't an expert in management. Therefore, when he saw that the two ladies were eager to help him and he understood their capabilities, he naturally arranged some duties for them. Fanny had never been involved in management and had no intention of doing so. Therefore, Han Shuo did not make any other arrangements for her. While Phoebe and Emily excitedly asked Gu Li about the details of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo led Fanny to the nearest shop that sold divine weapons. He had given the origin crystals he purchased and some insights on ascension to godhood to Trunks and the others. Now that he had arrived on Elysium, his top priority was to help them improve their strengths. These people possessed decent aptitudes. With the rich elemental energy on Elysium, in addition to special materials and secret manuals, it was only natural for them to make rapid progress. After spending only 3,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo had purchased all the items he needed from the shop. The items he needed were all low-grade items in the divine weapon shops on Elysium. They weren't particularly precious in the first place. Fanny was visibly stimulated when she saw those precious items that she wouldn't even dare to think about on Profound Continent being displayed in an inconspicuous corner of a shop on Elysium, priced at a few dozen purple crystal coins or 2 to 3 black crystal coins. The reason why the people on Elysium can cultivate so quickly is that there are all kinds of resources on Elysium. In addition to the unique environment, it's not surprising that there are so many gods. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who would fight to the death to get to Elysium, said Han Shuo smilingly as he chatted with Fanny. After storing the items into his space ring, he and Fanny returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After returning to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo gathered the guests from Profound Continent and placed all the items he had just purchased in front of them. He smilingly said, "Everyone, please pick out the items that suit you." Origin crystals, fluorite used to condense a body of element, detailed methods to advance from demigod to base god, basic steps to advance from base god to low god. The crowd was dazzled. After Han Shua finished his words, after learning about the uses of the items in detail, they picked out the treasures that suited their cultivation. After thanking Han Shua, he impatiently returned to his room to cultivate and digest the treasures that were coveted by everyone on Profound Continent. It was only after arriving on Elysium that they realized how insignificant their strengths were. In order to shorten the gap between them and the people on Elysium, they didn't want to waste even a second. Chapter 737. At the House of Saint. Wallace and Doyelo watched as Ridgersea brought Portlam over. His face was covered in blood. Doyelo was Portlam's uncle. He was also the most important person in this group. Portlam's shirt was dyed red with blood. A small piece of the divine armor on his back was shattered. Glass shards from a wine glass were embedded in his flesh and blood dripped onto the ground. Doyelo's face was gloomy. As soon as he saw Portlam being brought in by Ridgersea, he immediately grabbed Portlam and asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Who in the City of Shadows dares to injure you so severely?" Wallace's face was also rather gloomy. Doyelo and Portlam were the most important guests of the House of Saint. Now that Portlam had been injured so badly, it would be hard for Wallace to explain himself. "It's the people from Celestial Pearl," Charlotte said in a low voice. Wallace bunched his brows, looked at Ridgersea, and asked, "What happened?" Ridgersea handed Portlam over to Doyelo. His face turned solemn as he reported, "Something unexpected happened at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." Portlam and Angelina of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy seemed to be on bad terms. They started fighting in the banquet hall. "Andrina injured Portlam?" Wallace's heart sank and he immediately asked. Through Andre, Wallace had learned a little about Andrina. He was very concerned about this powerful little girl beside Han Shua. After hearing Ridgersea's words, he was certain that Andrina was the culprit. "No," Ridgersea forced a smile and shook his head. "It was Brian who injured young Master Portlam." "What?" Wallace's expression changed. He asked solemnly, "Are you sure? Brian only has the strength of a low god. How could he possibly injure Portlam?" "It's him." Charlotte's charming face was full of shock as she said, "Everyone underestimated his strength. That guy is even more vicious than Angelina. He didn't use his full strength when Portlam was prepared for the first attack, which caused Portlam to be careless. Then, when Portlam wasn't paying attention to the second attack, he suddenly used his full strength and heavily injured Portlam. How is that possible?" Wallace turned pale with fright. He asked Ridgersea, "Is that true?" Ridgersea nodded and said, "That's right. I reckon that Lord Andre will be back soon. City Lord, you can ask him about the details. That kid actually had the power of a high god." Wallace exclaimed in his heart. His eyes began to flicker. Andre knew his elder brother very well. Originally, when he heard that Portlam was severely injured in the City of Shadows, he immediately flew into a rage and was prepared to pursue the culprit. However, when he learned that the attacker was Han Shua and that Han Shua had displayed high god strength, he immediately began to weigh the pros and cons. The reason Wallace was able to achieve all that he had today was because he valued talents. He valued strength above all else. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's Angelina had already caught Wallace's attention for a long time. Now that he heard that Han Shua also possessed high god strength, he immediately had a deeper thought. "I think you will give us an explanation, right?" Doyelo examined Portlam's injuries. After making sure that Portlam's life was not in danger, he raised his head, looked deeply at Wallace, and asked softly, "Don't worry. After I get to the bottom of this, I will surely give you an explanation." Wallace nodded. Then, he looked at Ridgersea in puzzlement and asked, "I know Brian quite well. He wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. What's going on?" "This." Ridgersea looked at Portlam and Doyelo. He was somewhat hesitant. Wallace's face sank. He shouted, "Ridgersea, what's going on?" Andrina said that when she returned to the City of Shadows, she ran into young Master Portlam. It seemed that young Master Portlam intended to abduct Brian's woman. Ridgersea hastily gave a brief account of what happened. He then added, I heard this from Andrina. I don't know the specifics. Wallace knew what was going on after hearing Ridgersea's explanation. He had heard a thing or two about Portlam's lasciviousness. He wasn't surprised that Portlam would do such a thing to him. Mr. Doyleau, if you were the one who bullied us first, this matter will not be easy to handle. Wallace sighed and said, the City of Shadows has its own rules. If I don't handle things impartially just because you are my guests, as the city lord, will be blamed by all the large family clans. Doyleau's face turned ugly upon hearing those words. He could tell that Wallace was trying to protect the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although their family clans were powerful, they were in the City of Shadows after all. If Wallace didn't help them, they would be in deep trouble. What do you mean? Doyleau asked. After I get to the bottom of the matter, I will handle it impartially. I will not side with any party. Wallace replied with a strong sense of righteousness. Soon enough, André returned from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as he returned, he signaled Wallace with his eyes. Wallace nodded and greeted Doyleau. He then went to a corner with André and started chatting in low voices. After a while, Wallace returned to Doyleau smilingly and said, no matter what, let's stabilize Portlam's injuries first. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I hope that you can give us justice. I have come here on behalf of the church to discuss some issues with you. If you can't even guarantee our safety, then your House of Saint will be too disappointing in the City of Shadows. Doyleau said in a deep voice before leaving with Portlam. After Doyleau, Charlotte, and the others left, Wallace sneered and said, you want to use the church to pressure me? Hee, your House of Batchelder isn't much stronger than my House of Saint. Do you think you can represent the church? Elder brother, that youngster Brian is not to be underestimated. André said smilingly. Heroes are born young. The stronger he is, the happier I am. Wallace laughed heartily and said, if he was just a pharmacist, perhaps I wouldn't be willing to offend the Batchelder family for him. But now, Portlam is out of luck. Your lordship, but Doyleau is representing the church. Ridgersea reminded in a somewhat reverent manner. He's just representing the church. Their House of Batchelder is not the church. Why would I be afraid of him? Wallace said disdainfully, besides, they are here to ask for my help. My House of Saint serves the Overgod of Darkness wholeheartedly. Such a small matter will not shake our position. Ridgersea, you can go back first, André said smilingly. Ridgersea nodded and tactfully left the House of Saint. Are you sure that youngster really has high god strength? Wallace was overjoyed and hastily asked after everyone had left. I saw it with my own eyes. André confirmed, besides, he used a very strange and unorthodox energy. It is even more peculiar than the energy Andrina used. This fellow really exceeds people's expectations. Very good. Wallace replied in a low voice. Then, he smilingly said, I think that the House of Lavers has no intention of staying in the City of Shadows. Someone has to take over their position. If the other three major family clans were to share the authority, they might grow too powerful and one day threaten the position of our House of Saint. Brian has just arrived in the city and does not have much foundation. Besides, he is on good terms with Carmelita. It is not a bad choice to hand over the position to him. I did not think too much about it before because his strength was insufficient. But now, it seems that he is even more suitable for the position than Avery. Elder brother, you mean to transfer the Fifth Corps? André cried out in surprise. That's right. The Fifth Corps has been vacant for a long time. Someone has to take over it. Wallace nodded and replied. But we have already spread the word that only those who have Avery's head can take over the position. André bunched his brows and said. That can be changed. As long as Brian makes a great contribution to the City of Shadows, we will have a reason to hand over the Fifth Corps to him. I'm just saying that for the time being. He might not necessarily be that lucky. But this is what I mean. We can discuss this further, Wallace said. I understand. Andre sighed and said, if this youngster can take over the fifth core, he will reach the heavens in a single bound. Half a month passed by in a flash. Han Shoa had been on high alert, fearing that Portlam's uncle would come for revenge. However, Doyolo did not show up. With the House of Saints backing, Doyolo and Portlam seemed to have resigned themselves to their misfortune. Although their hearts were filled with hatred for Han Shoa, with the protection of the House of Saint in the City of Shadows, they dared not act recklessly. During this period of time, the party from Profound Continent had been cultivating diligently. Other than Phoebe and Emily, who had to take care of the business of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy during the day, none of them dared to act recklessly in the City of Shadows due to the protection of the House of Saint. During this period of time, the party from Profound Continent had been cultivating diligently. Other than Phoebe and Emily, who had to take care of the business of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy during the day, those who felt that their strength was insignificant did not leave their rooms. Phoebe had a mature management experience. In this aspect, even Guli was far inferior to her. Phoebe, who knew nothing about pharmaceutics, had a thorough understanding of the entire process of collecting medicinal ingredients, storing them in the warehouse, refining them, selling them, and rewarding and punishing the employees. She had provided pertinent suggestions on every aspect. Emily was in charge of recruiting special talents for the opening of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. With the help of these two capable wives, Han Shoa was suddenly freed from the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. All he had to do was to check on the profits from time to time and leave everything else to them. During this period of time, City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows personally visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Nominally, he was there to investigate the matter of Portlam from Han Shoa. However, during his visit, he very straightforwardly expressed his admiration for Han Shoa. He even told Han Shoa not to let Portlam affect his mood. Ever since Han Shoa arrived in the City of Shadows, although Han Shoa had been doing very well in the city, Wallace had always asked Andre to discuss everything with Han Shoa. Even on the opening day of Han Shoa's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Wallace did not show any particular concern. However, just a few days after Han Shoa caused a ruckus in the banquet hall, Wallace paid a personal visit to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. From this, it was obvious that Han Shoa's attitude had changed. Shortly after Wallace's visit, the patriarchs of the other three major family clans also came to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Each and every one of them harshly condemned Portlam's shamelessness and gave Han Shoa very high praise for his sudden attack. Carmelita had been forced by Wallace to cultivate and had not stepped out of her personal gymnasium. Therefore, she was unaware of the recent happenings in the City of Shadows. Erebus, shortly after returning from a trip to the city, went to visit Han Shoa. He was extremely shocked by Han Shoa's display of invincible might that day. He kept assuring Han Shoa that based on his understanding of Wallace, Han Shoa would not let anything happen to Han Shoa. After a period of observation, Han Shoa knew that Wallace was trying to protect him. He did not need Erebus' reminder. When Erebus expressed his desire to spar with Han Shoa had no choice but to reject him. Cauldron Spirit's power could not be sustained for long. The image that Han Shoa maintained in the hearts of the major family clans was completely exaggerated. If he were to spar with Erebus, wouldn't his cover be blown? Fortunately, Erebus did not force Han Shoa to accept the challenge. He did not say much when he saw that Han Shoa had no intention to spar with him. He merely hinted to Han Shoa that his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would only be more stable if Han Shoa possessed formidable strength. Han Shoa had also realized this. Han Shoa had discovered this from the attitude of the major family clans. Compared to before, the younger members of major family clans who came to purchase medicines from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were much more respectful. When they realized that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had two high gods of unfathomable strength, two of whom were characters who would kill without batting an eye, they no longer treated the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as just a slightly larger shop. With everything on the right track, Han Shoa could finally relax. He spent every day cultivating. Inside the gymnasium of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua and Akeley were sparring in the gravitational field. Akeley, who was addicted to battle, believed that only by constantly fighting and killing could he quickly increase his strength. Therefore, he had been fighting with Han Shua in the gymnasium all this time. During his fight with Akeley, Han Shua had been using the energy of his avatar of destruction. Orbs of destruction were constantly condensed in his hands, revolving in trajectories of the Edict of Destruction and bombarding Akeley with them. The orbs of destruction were condensed from the divine energy of destruction. Akeley found it rather taxing to deal with them. He shuttled back and forth in the gymnasium at high speed. His body turned into streaks of afterimages. Whenever he dodged the entanglement of the orbs of destruction, he would seize the opportunity to launch a powerful attack. Bang! 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 The sounds of intense exchanges sounded incessantly. It did not take long for Akeley to be exhausted and to be defeated. You are truly a freak. You have cultivated so many different kinds of energy, yet you have cultivated each of them to such a profound level. Akeley exclaimed. Han Shua's body was much more monstrous than Akeley's. After absorbing the divine energy from a mid-god, his avatar of destruction was on the verge of a breakthrough. His divine energy was also slightly more profound than Akeley's. It was only natural that Akeley would be at a disadvantage in the fight. Alright, Akeley, you may leave. It's my turn. Andrina immediately walked over to Han Shua smilingly when she saw that Akeley had stopped. She waved her little fists in front of Han Shua and asked, "How are we going to fight today?" "As usual, I will only fight you for 3 minutes. I will stop when the time is up," Han Shua said smilingly. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shua could only last for about 3 minutes at most. Once the time was up, his demonic infant, the foundation of his demonic arts, would be damaged. However, during the recent spars, Han Shua discovered that every time he fought with Andrina using Cauldron Spirit's energy, the surging energy would fill every corner of his body with a prickling sensation. It was actually a very beneficial strengthening for his body. He had been cultivating Invincible Omen Body for a period of time and he could vaguely feel that he had made a breakthrough. At present, Han Shua could only deploy Invincible Omen Body with a single thought to defend against external attacks. As for the second stage of Invincible Omen Body, Han Shua's body would automatically transform into Invincible Omen Body as soon as an attack landed on his body. During the recent spars with Andrina, Han Shua's body would be constantly stimulated by Cauldron Spirit's energy. His body would be strengthened every time he endured the excruciating pain. This could be seen from how long he could endure each time. As the spars progressed, the amount of time he could use Cauldron Spirit's energy had increased. Although it was only for a few seconds each time, Han Shua could already see the benefits of using Cauldron Spirit's energy. "I really don't understand you. It's only for a short while every time. It doesn't last at all." Andrina pouted. As soon as she finished those words, she suddenly attacked Han Shua. Dazzling rays of light were released from her body and rushed towards Han Shua in the form of a vortex. Having fought with Andrina many times in this gymnasium, Han Shua had long become familiar with Andrina's attack methods. As soon as the dazzling rays of light approached him, Han Shua unfolded the demonic blades in his hands. Wisps of condensed black energy flowed out from his 5 fingers. The black energy was condensed from the energy of demon generals. Han Shua's 5 fingers seemed to be pulling 5 black ribbons. The condensed black energy intertwined with each other and formed a net in front of Han Shua. When the dazzling rays of light fell into the net of black energy, they would sizzle and emit smoke. At this moment, Han Shua and Andrina would attack each other through the dazzling vortex and the black net. Rays of light would fly out from their hands. Bang! When Han Shua was repelled by Andrina's attack, his momentum was hindered. At that moment, Andrina would charge straight in and Han Shua would have no choice but to defend. Andrina was much stronger than Portlam. Han Shua had fought her many times and had a deep understanding of this fact. However, due to the uniqueness of Andrina's energy, Han Shua had never been able to figure out Andrina's actual strength. He could only guess that she should possess late-stage high god strength. Bam! Another soft sound rang out. This time, Angelina's soft little hand pressed lightly against Han Shua's chest. Ha! Han Shua took 3 steps back. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted because he suddenly discovered that he did not release the invincible omen body. But when Andrina's attack approached him, the demonic yuan in his body automatically reacted and formed the invincible omen body, firmly defending against Andrina's attack. Chapter 738. Han Shua did not deliberately circulate invincible omen body throughout his entire body when fighting against Andrina because he knew that Andrina knew when to stop and would not kill him. The strike landed on Han Shua's chest. The automatic circulation of invincible omen body made Han Shua overjoyed. He smilingly said, "Again, but don't use too much strength." His body had already reached its critical point. If he were to forcefully borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy again, the demonic infant in his body would be affected. Therefore, Han Shua reminded Andrina to be careful. Bang! Another strike landed on Han Shua's chest. Han Shua felt as though a mountain had crashed into his chest. He took several steps back. He tasted something sweet in his mouth and a trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Andrina was stunned for a moment. Her body swayed and she caught Han Shua. She scolded, "Why didn't you block?" Han Shua wiped away the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "I'm fine. I was testing my body's endurance." Strangely enough, when Andrina's strike landed on Han Shua's body, he did not immediately release invincible omen body. That was why he suffered light injuries. What's going on? Han Shua was extremely puzzled. Why did it work just now but not now? Akeley, let's try. Hit me a few times. Be gentle. Han Shua gestured for Akeley to come over. Although Andrina had held back, she was too strong and Han Shua was still slightly injured. Akeley was not like Andrina. Given his strength, it would be very difficult for him to inflict serious injuries on Han Shua. It would be safer for him to attack Han Shua. You're quite the masochist, aren't you? Akeley muttered. He somewhat reluctantly walked to Han Shua's side and suddenly began bombarding Han Shua's body. Akeley deliberately controlled his strength. Although the series of attacks appeared to be tight, they were in fact not very powerful. Stop! Han Shua shouted, his heart full of doubts. It was useless. Faced with Akeley's torrential attacks, invincible omen body did not automatically form. Weird, I don't understand what you're doing. Akeley muttered again. He waved his hand and said, I'll be leaving first. You can have fun on your own. Brian, what are you doing? After Akeley left, Andrina curiously asked Han Shua. She could tell that Han Shua seemed to be contemplating something. Combined with his strange behavior, Andrina felt that Han Shua's behavior was somewhat abnormal. It's nothing. I just encountered some problems with the power I'm cultivating. Han Shua casually replied and smilingly said, All right, Andrina, go do whatever you need to do. I'll be alone for a while. All right then, I'll go play with Big Sister Fanny. Big Sister Fanny has cultivated to demigod realm with the help of the origin crystal. It seems that she will become a base god in a few years. Andrina nodded and left the gymnasium. Every single one of those who came from Profound Continent possessed extraordinary aptitude. Utilizing the enormous resources provided by Han Shua and the superior environment of Elysium, each and every one of them progressed at lightning speed. For example, a dark Grand Magus like Candide very quickly advanced to Sacred Magus and was only one step away from the demigod realm. Those who originally only possessed demigod strength also made substantial progress within a short period of time. In short, those who came from Profound Continent spent all their time and energy on cultivation. Han Shua was very satisfied with each and every one of them. Balans and Sanguiner, the two demonic arts cultivators, also made rapid progress during the period when Han Shua was away from Profound Continent. Sanguiner in particular, due to his unique body, was able to cultivate the blood god mantra at an astonishing speed. By now, Sanguiner could control the blood in his enemies' bodies, and he could transform the blood in his body into bloody shadows to attack others. After arriving on Elysium, Han Shuo paid special attention to Balins and Sanguiner. He answered all the problems they encountered in their cultivation and even refined several kinds of special medicinal pellets for them to consume, allowing their demonic arts to advance by leaps and bounds. Han Shuo was very satisfied with the performance of those from Profound Continent. After Andrina left, Han Shuo began to ponder the reason why the invincible omen body did not automatically form. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo once again secretly cultivated the invincible omen body. However, he did not discover any abnormalities in his body. Han Shuo decided to borrow Cauldron Spirit's power to strengthen himself using this method of torturing his body. He wanted to see if the invincible omen body would automatically form the next time he used Cauldron Spirit's energy. Carmelita is here to see you. Han Shuo had just stepped out of the gymnasium when he saw Carmelita. Carmelita, who had been forced to cultivate by Wallace, had her eyes glowing when she saw Han Shuo. She excitedly said, "Brat, I didn't expect you to be an expert as well. Come, let's spar." "Ha, I've heard about how you taught Portlam a lesson. Well done. I've long found him an eyesore. That fella has been restless even before he became a high god. Now that he has become a high god, he has become even more arrogant. Well done. I've just sparred with Andrina. I'm not in my best shape right now. Let's spar again next time." Han Shuo rejected Carmelita's invitation. Then, his face turned dark as he asked, "Has that fella Portlam left the Saint residence?" "Not yet, but he will be returning to the city soon." Carmelita seemed to know what was on Han Shuo's mind. She hastily stopped him and said, "You must not come to the Saint residence to look for trouble with Portlam. That fella is currently with his uncle Doyolo. Charlotte is also staying with them. I don't think you and Andrina will be able to get rid of them. Besides, they are in the Saint residence. If you really want to attack them, we will not sit idly by. You better give up on this idea and think of another way." After hearing Carmelita's words, Han Shuo knew that it was unrealistic to attack Portlam in the City of Shadows. He nodded and said, "I know where your House of Saint stands. I won't make things difficult for you. Brian, I came to find you this time because I have great news to tell you," Carmelita said. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked in astonishment, "What great news?" "My father is very appreciative of you after he heard that you possess high god strength. Although you haven't been in the City of Shadows for long, you have helped me many times and are very close to our House of Saint. My father intends to let you take over the 5th Corps," Carmelita said excitedly. What? Han Shuo cried out in surprise. He asked in disbelief, "Let me take over the 5th Corps? Are you sure?" Carmelita nodded affirmatively and explained, "That's right. You know the rules of the City of Shadows. Only major family clans are qualified to own their own divine guards. Other than that, only the 7 chiefs of divine guards are allowed to build their own teams of divine guards. If you become the chief of the 5th Corps, you will truly possess a portion of the authority in the City of Shadows. This will be greatly beneficial to your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. With the authority of the 5th Corps and the wealth accumulated by the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, you will be able to replace the House of Lavers and become the new family clan in the City of Shadows. In our City of Shadows, a new family clan has many conveniences. Even some affairs of the church are only accessible to the patriarchs of major family clans." Han Shuo did not expect that a small display of his abilities would bring him so many benefits. If he had known that displaying sufficient strength in the City of Shadows would bring him so many conveniences, perhaps Han Shuo would have made a move on Avery long ago. Han Shuo knew very well what the 5th Corps represented. It was a lucrative position that all major family clans in the City of Shadows coveted. Having the 5th Corps was tantamount to having a military force in one's hands. Moreover, it was legal. Every chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows had special privileges and were respected by all. Generally speaking, only experts from major family clans who had made great contributions to the city would have the qualifications to take the position. But how long had he been in the City of Shadows? My qualifications are too shallow. Everyone covets the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps. It won't be that easy for me to take it, will it? Besides, your father said that only by taking Avery's head can he take the throne. Now, not to mention that I don't know where Avery is. Even if I did know where he is, I'm afraid that it would still be difficult to kill him. Han Shua forced a smile. It would be a lie to say that Han Shua did not have any ambitions for the position. It was just that he did not expect that an outsider who had just arrived in the City of Shadows would have such a great opportunity. There are some things that can be changed. Carmelita said, although my father has the intention, you will have to work hard to take the position. You must prove your capabilities to everyone before my father can help you. Han Shua nodded and smilingly said, of course I understand that. I came here today to tell you this news. Also, Erebus told me to tell you that if you are interested, you can go to the Third Corps and get used to it. He will make arrangements for you. As long as you can accumulate enough reputation and contributions, the position of the Fifth Corps will be very promising for you. After all, my father has taken a fancy to you, said Carmelita smilingly. Erebus had not been in the City of Shadows during this period of time. If what Erebus said was true, Han Shua would be able to familiarize himself with the Third Corps and accumulate enough contributions in some operations of the Third Corps. With Wallace's help, the position of the Fifth Corps, which everyone coveted, would be very promising for him. What has Erebus been busy with recently? Asked Han Shua hastily. Hunting those god hunters, of course. Erebus and Bravst have some personal grudges. He has never stopped hunting Bravst, replied Carmelita. Good. Then, he smilingly said, Carmelita, can I trouble you to make some arrangements for me? I'm going to the Third Corps to familiarize myself with the environment. I still have some experience in hunting god hunters. No problem. When I return, I will send Erebus a message and get him to make arrangements for you. I will inform you when it's done, said Carmelita straightforwardly. Han Shua was overjoyed. He knew that if he hadn't saved Carmelita twice in the City of Shadows and established a good relationship with the House of Saint, he wouldn't have been able to get the position of the Fifth Corps even if he had worked hard for 100 years. Brian, I have something to tell you. Carmelita had a troubled look on her face. She was a little embarrassed. What is it? Asked Han Shua. Sister Charlotte and I have a pretty good relationship. She asked me to tell you that what happened between you and Portlam has nothing to do with her. Last time, she helped Portlam to stop you because she had no other choice. She hopes that you won't take it to heart. Carmelita hesitated for a moment before she continued, Brian, Sister Charlotte used to be from our Darkness Dominion. She has now married into the Destruction Dominion. Although she came to the City of Shadows with Portlam, they didn't travel together. She had nothing to do with Portlam. I know what I'm doing. Han Shua nodded and said, as long as Charlotte doesn't do anything harmful to our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the future, I won't hold it against her for what happened last time. Han Shua did not make any promises. If Charlotte really did anything to his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he would make her regret it. All right, that's why I'm here today, said Carmelita. Carmelita felt that she had done Charlotte a favor after hearing Han Shua's words and left hastily. Not long after Carmelita left, Han Shua took out the Holy Grail he obtained from the Church of Light and transmitted to McKinley. I have returned to Elysium. But I have some urgent matters to attend to. I will personally bring you to the Space Dominion after some time. Where are you on Elysium? Asked McKinley. The City of Shadows, one of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, replied Han Shua. Oh, it's indeed a little far from here to the Space Dominion. If you really have urgent matters to attend to, you can wait for a while. After all, I have been in the Holy Grail for such a long time. It doesn't matter if I'm a little late," replied McKinley. Before Portlam and his party left the City of Shadows, Han Shuo couldn't be at ease about the safety of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although Han Shuo believed that they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the City of Shadows, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. If they were to launch a sneak attack like Avery, even if the House of Saint had no evidence, it would be very difficult for them to pursue the matter. Furthermore, Han Shuo really coveted the lucrative position of the Fifth Corps. Not to mention that he knew the location of one of the God Hunters' lairs. As long as he put in some effort, he might be able to make a name for himself by attacking the God Hunters. Then, with Wallace's help, he would be able to sit on that position. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Besides, even without you, I will be going to the Space Dominion after some time. Han Shuo had an agreement with Little Skull and the 5 elite zombies to meet at the Space Dominion every once in a while. Therefore, Han Shuo would definitely return to the Space Dominion. He just needed to find a suitable time to do so. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.